Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Doom. The end of the Roman cure. What would the Roman cure be? I mean, historically, it would be a sword. Like the face. But I mean, not in a more positive sense than that. It's okay, Giga. I looked ahead in the walkthrough. There's only one more. Just the one. I was actually thinking about it. Each bundle of events requires you to do 6 events. That means you have to do 42... No, I didn't look at Janthir. That means you need to do 42 events in order to progress. 42. I mean, I know. The meme, haha, 42. But no, like, for real. Think about how absolutely insane that is. Pax is pointing out how it makes sense in historical context, and he's right. That's not gonna count, is it? Nope. Ah, well. Because, see, it does make sense in historical context. This is the launch content plus 3 separate groups of patches. Also, this zone, each of which, this zone has had several go-do events things. Originally, it was just this over here. That's why the second bundle of events wasn't counting it over there. It needed to be in the second zone. And in a bit, we will be over here in the third zone.
You change nothing. My ritual continues.
I might have the details wrong of where is what, but that's how the patch cadence went.
The result will be the same. Loyalists, to me!
Hi. Can I go in and get the waypoint now? Thanks. Appreciate you. Honestly, I'm thinking you're right, Giga. We know they're working on something else, right? Like, with pretty much total certainty. Oh, I'm... Right. New build. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm gonna die, because I was on the wrong build. There we go.
Mark's will, Corinda's will, my will, all unbreakable.
Yep. I don't care about whatever that event was, so... Wait, is this... Is this one of the mastery bosses? Giga? No! And I lost Giga. One thing to do. Cannonball Ba. The wrong way.
The wizards will be crushed under heel.
Now he goes over here. No, I'm actually trying a new build, though, Giga. So it's a good time to try it. I just had to remember I was in my different build. I have none of the runes and sigils set up. Unlike PB Good Fate, always had the runes and sigils set up. Okay, swap. This button.
Do you really believe?
Switch to Berserk.
Stop me.
Start beating the face out of things. I don't know how you beat a face. Oh, god damn it. Could you stop teleporting, please? It's getting irritating. thing in here to warp to the top? No, there's not. Of course there isn't. No, I've just been thinking about it, Giga. Honestly, and I don't want to sound defeatist, but I've been thinking about the fact that this game might die soon, and debating kind of quietly pulling out of investment in it. I'm gonna get Sunrise. I literally need one more thing for Sunrise, and then I'm done. So there's no reason not to. Yep, nope. Defeat 5 Champion Cryptus. I don't know what that gives, though. I guess it doesn't matter. Now, the question is, do I sell Sunrise? Or do I bind it? I'm more likely to sell it than anything and just have a war chest for the rest of the entire time I ever play this game ever. Hi, Taquita. Good morning, Luke. Hello, Cat, who's already freaked out a little bit about fireworks. I went a lot last night. All little local things.
Masterfully done, Wayfinder. You've reduced the local loyalists from a horde to a swarm. That should afford us the few minutes we'll require.
Lowering that barrier really kicked the beehive. Are you sure we'll have enough time?
It's only going to get worse, I'm afraid. Besides, the chance we'll even be allowed to speak to the General is slim at best. Should that happen, then yes, I believe we will have more than enough time for Paetha's proposal to be summarily rejected. Possibly even enough to retreat before this place is teeming with loyalists.
Pessimism doesn't suit you, Ramses.
Once you meet Nephis, I think you'll discover my pessimism to be realism. Come, Paetha waits ahead. Be on your guard.
I am doing something for the 4th. I'm finishing Secret of the Obscure. Like, I'm sorry, we're finishing this expansion today. That's all thanks to Giga. Hi, Zegtaft. It's like, look for Paetha. Yeah, I found her. But, there we go.
There you are. Shall we?
Lead the way. What's your plan? Ramses expressed some skepticism in your ability to persuade Nephis.
I assure you, that is a gross oversimplification, my lady.
You are right to be concerned. Nephis will not be charmed or deceived. I aim to speak to him general to general, away from the influence of onlookers.
Okay. Cool, cool.
Guards ahead. Loyalists, step aside and we will allow you to live. Join the Lady Paetha's cause and...
You are Paetha's army? Ha! Take this pretty one alive. Kill that ugly creature at his side.
Yes, that's right. Ramses is the pretty one. I'm the ugly one. Wait. Is Giga the pretty one? That would make more sense.
Hold them off! The Royal Guard cannot be long in arriving.
What is your business here? Starting a war, I imagine. Die then, traitor!
I do like that line. Starting a war. Yeah, war is kind of overselling it too. But,
Rebels, we will deliver your corpses to Eparch himself.
uh-huh. Yep, yep, yep. What? 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 Like, what? What the hell happened? Listen, Giga, I would never dare gainsay your passion.
Honeyed words. The truth is all he will hear, and all I will offer.
Move no further, and tell us, great lady, what truth is that?
That you all will join us in battle now, or join us in death.
If joining us in death is what you seek, step forward.
Hold, sister. We share the same house, as I hope we will share enemies on the battlefield.
Hope is worth little in these times, Panther, of House Nephis.
General!
General Nephis, you're in danger. It is the great lady who's in danger. I'm surprised you show your horns here. Speak quickly, before Labrys takes them as her trophy. I will not have yet another needless death on my conscience.
Your concern is appreciated, General, as always. But I cannot leave until you hear my proposal.
Cannot, or will not. No matter, they're your horns, whether attached to your pretty head or crushed to powder under Eparch's heel. Well, speak, child. Did you expect a private audience in my palace? This is not your uncle's great hall. We have no such comforts here.
No. No, you do not. You have little more than crumbling walls and the weapons in your hands.
This is me during this entire expansion.
That keep your enemies out. No. Walls that keep you cowering within, waiting in fear. Until the day Eparch calls your name, drags you from your pitiful home, hauls you to his citadel, bleeding like cattle, spits your bones onto the piled corpses of our brothers and sisters.
How dare they! General, the Loyalists! To arms!
Stand and fight! Wayfinder, Ramses, push them back!
Okay.
Down. Do not engage. We will not draw the ire of Eparch.
Stand down, Royal Guard. General! We appear to be at an impasse, and I see you hesitate to press us. Shall we parley?
I have no wish for wanton bloodshed, Majesty.
The barrier breaks, and we arrive to find you already harboring traitors. What is this, if not a provocation to spill blood? General.
Eparch needs no provocation to spill blood. Only thirst.
My lady, let's maintain some decorum. Your Majesty, Lady Patha is an uninvited guest.
Nefas. Your king and queen know you and our loyal subjects do not seek to upset our delicate truce. We have spared you when we could have done otherwise. We recognize you have stayed your hand today. So, we offer you a deal. Turn the traitor and her creatures over to us, and we leave you to your own devices. Obstruct us in any way. I'm sure you're well aware of the consequences of disappointing your king.
Aether's presence here is unwanted, even feared.
I'm pleased we agree.
Feared because we all live in terror, at the mercy of the king.
That's a good point. I should be just starting the audit.
Punish us, even for happenings out of our control.
Nephis, you overstep.
Uninvited she may be, but Aether is a guest nonetheless. Labris, it is you who oversteps. I will live in fear no longer. Epoch is not my king. Labris is not my queen. Majesty.
Wow, that was fast.
Royal Guard, forward. Nephis dies. Anyone who stands with Nephis dies. Spare the rest.
Like that took very little What was that nonsense? What was that nonsense? Even as someone who's actually paying attention to that was garbage. Like, that was... Okay. That was like someone wanted to do an entire reaching out to convince the general to betray his king story, which, by the way, literally a general, literally king, but that is an archetype. That's a trope. And they condensed that entire story arc into one conversation. Listen, I will never join you. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, I will join you. What is this, Death Stranding? Points if you get it. Oh my god, hi Trihexia. I just... Game.
Thank you, General.
Oh, not me.
Decades I have protected these people. Your people. Now their blood is on our hands. You left me no choice, and you knew it. Just like your brother, your uncle, their plotting, scheming. Always ending in misery. You owe our people. Your family owes us. Bring us something other than death.
He will come quickly. If for no other reason than he sees that we must press our advantage while it still lingers. Soon we move. Be ready, Wayfinder. Labris burns with belief. Her flame will not be easily snuffed.
What's up, Giga? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready for the theory. I'm going to advance the plot while you're typing up your theory, but I do want to hear your theory. Oh. Yeah, I woke up relatively rested, but now I'm already tired. Jesus. This is draining. What am I doing? Okay, we're not at the do events step yet, thank God. It's coming. No, it's coming.
If there are any astral ward in the area, we've got extractor towers here that we need to disable immediately.
This is why people say they don't like politics in like video games and movies and stuff. It's not because they don't. People love politics in video games and movies and stuff. It's just they like well-written politics. This is episode 1 crap. And even episodes 1 politics were actually really engaging if they were written right. Like the core idea. I'll talk about this if I ever actually get the time to review episode 1. Episode 1's core ideas were fine. Like the idea of diminishing respect for centralized government, which itself is trying to be decentralized at a point in which corporate entities have a voice in the actual governance, while trying to push for specific increases in trade, taxation, tariffs more specifically, in order to try and squeeze and diminish how much control certain entities have of trade over certain regions, which causes other people to interact with that. Like, there's a lot of interest and intrigue in there, but what it comes out as is episode 1. You know? Like, how else do you put that? Oh, God, you're absolutely right, Giga. And I got this story idea. We're going to do this big, epic story. Okay. But I don't have a lot of money. Squish.
General, glad to have you on our side.
Aether, Her Majesty forced the issue. I tried to maintain neutrality, to not provoke Ebark. But it was time. Past time.
She tends to get her way.
So I'm quickly learning. I'm pleased to have you as an arrow in our quiver. Your reputation precedes you.
As does yours. What's your read on this situation?
Labrys is in a difficult position. She didn't expect to have to defend herself at Eventide's march. I nearly suffered defeat here once myself during the Fourth Disquiet. It's not a particularly defensible position. If Ebark is aware of the situation, I find it unlikely he would risk exposure. So the one advantage Labrys can press is numbers, and she will use them. I have deployed Patha, Arena, and Ramses in a horns formation. Striking from the flanks, we will strike the center. We must breach the defensive perimeter with a frontal assault.
So Giga asks a great question, which I would share with the crowd, but nobody's watching this nonsense on the 4th of July. Everyone who's here, you're awesome. 1 second, please. So the question is... So, we know they were handed a pretty bad hand. Handed a bad hand. I'm sorry, Mook. Yeah, Independence Day. Telling you, if I was going to plan a big insurrection against the current regime, I'd do it today. Anyways.
Labrys's guards may have established hiding positions. Beware.
So Giga has the theory that they had this big planned out story arc and plot and all that stuff, and they didn't have the time and they didn't have the budget, so it all gets smashed together into this nonsense, right? So the question then isn't, you know, like, is that good or bad? Because we all know it's bad. The question is, what would you do? You're the writing team. You're the creative staff. You have to make something of this. Now, the obvious answer is quit immediately. Giga, handing in my resignation. But let's assume that that's not an option, because obviously it's kind of in violation of the point of the question. So, what do you do? But you need money to live. I think you just hit the nail on the head of the problem of all human society. But no, for real, what do we do? So... the obvious answer is you crap out the most rushed, hasty pile of garbage possible so you can keep getting a paycheck. Oh, wait. No, sorry, that's still violating the spirit of the question. The point of the question is to try and turn this into something good. I do have an answer here. I'm not just screwing around. Sorry, Giga. My answer is actually pretty simple. Rather than trying to condense this story arc into one story arc, allow it room to breathe. Split it up into 3 or so. I mean, hell, this is already the Wayfinder trilogy, which will be continued with whatever expansion is getting announced probably in like a week or so here. Ow. So yeah, literally force the issue and allow myself time to work and breathe with all the different plot points they already have in mind. Rather than trying to condense it all into one quick thing. So, I was talking to Pax about the Janthir story, and he let something slip. It's not really a spoiler, but it made me raise an eyebrow, and I'm now very curious what's going to happen in the, let's call it the final chapter of Janthir. Because, yeah. Yeah, that final chapter. And yeah, that sounds pretty similar to my idea of People Good Fate. Like, rather than trying to just stretch ourselves thin and squeeze an entire story into a relatively short expansion, be like, alright, look. Idea. Then again, maybe that'd be even worse, forcing us to do even more of this crap. I don't know. Sometimes the option really is to just pull the ripcord and get it over with.
Well planned, General.
Well executed, Majesty. Ramses, Arena, Wayfinder, clear these loyalists, and our quarry is cornered.
Hey, Giga, all these people said they don't like your transmog. You know, that's absolutely true, Eben. Especially with our little grass arms. Noodle arms. I mean, you're right, People Good Fate. It's an extremely old concept. Even Mark Twain said, if I'd had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. I'm sure that concept predates that, but that's the oldest acknowledgement of that concept that I know of. The idea being, if I have to explain that the more time and effort you are able to put into something, the shorter it tends to be, in terms of creative works. Proper editing, polishing passes, refining dialogue.
Is there no limit to your arrogance? You believe yourself savior. You have no idea the commitment required to ensure the survival of our people. The strength of will to do that which needs doing, no matter the cost.
Blah, blah, blah.
I have the strength. Epoch has the strength. You, an upstart demonling with a cast-off traitor fawning at your side. No, you would lead us to extinction. I will not allow it.
I think the other problem here. Whoop, 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 camera.
You will not allow it. You've always shared Epoch's penchant for delusion. Tell me, Lavers, do you also share his appetites?
We do that which must be done. That which the common...
Convenient that our survival invariably requires the uncompromising prosperity of you and your king. No, Landris. I do not believe myself savior. I believe our survival and your prosperity are diametrically opposed. Here, your prosperity ends. Nephis?
Forward.
Anyways, I think part of the problem is something Bladevel pointed out yesterday. And I think several other people pointed out as well. We are fully in the backseat here. Like, we are not a part of this conversation or this story in any real way.
Traitors! Epoch will pick your bones from his teeth.
Execute her,
Hold.
Majesty.
This is the Queen of the Cryptis. The one creature Epoch might...
I appreciate it, Baby Good Faith. I think we'd all be falling asleep without you.
is worth more to us alive than dead.
She's too dangerous. I trust your judgment,
Kill her. Kill her now. Paitha.
Hathor. Majesty. She is valuable, and Epoch knows it. This is folly. Every second she lives.
Where you see folly, I see opportunity. Gather our forces. We need an audience. The time comes to reveal our strength. Wayfinder, a moment. Find Tekla at the encampment. She will have contacts throughout the area. We will have an army before this day is done.
You have an army. We have a giga.
Majesty's plan. It is bolder than I would risk, but she is nothing if not bold. If we take this action, we take it with no reservation. Find Tekla the Venerable. Her knowledge will prove invaluable.
Hey, Blade Devil. Hey, Blade Devil. Yeah, look at her. Behold her power. You are literally just in time to witness the next round of doing events. Oh my god. So, I didn't like it when Stormblood focused way too much on Lise. But that's because it was badly executed. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Us taking a backseat isn't inherently a bad thing. It's just a difficult thing. It's more difficult to have the main character not be the main character and still make it work. It requires more effort. It requires more care, consideration, and writing. This ain't that. We are so... This reminds me the most of a lot of the raids. The raid series in FF14. Where we're basically just sitting there in the back, just kind of like... during the cutscene. The cutscene's just happening out there. We're not a part of it. And I'm not speaking facetiously. Like, we're literally not a part of the events of the story. We're just chilling. And then every now and again say, oh, we got to beat some stuff up. Okay. Oh, I'm awake. Let's do this. We do a couple raid bosses. And then we go back and we grab our popcorn. Sometimes that aggravates me. Sometimes it's fine. It's all about execution. But that's how this feels. It's like, all right. Wake me when you're done with your dumb demon politics. Popcorn.
You must be the one they call Wayfinder. Paitha sent you, I presume. She has always been clever and headstrong.
Yeah. Let me go do some events.
What knowledge have you been sent to rest from my weary mind, youngling?
I just need to do events, okay? Events, yep,
Once you locate
Okay.
the beacons, Haitha will have the thrones she desires, for good or ill. Let us hope for the former.
Yeah, I actually thought the reveal was a bigger deal than it was, too. And the reason, in my defense, the reason why was because why else would they do a reveal at all, right? Like, surely that means something. Nope. The word nothing burger comes to mind. Hi, Giga. Oreen Giga? Giga Oreen. There we go. Yeah, I was being lied to the whole time. Okay. It sucks, but... And? No, I'll go ahead and say this, because I think I can say this without super spoilers. I thought she was her sister the whole time. That it had been a swap thing. And that, like, the real one died back during the 1.0 conclusion. And it was like, oh my god, that's powerful. No. Gave it too much credit. Hey, Ben One Eye. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day. Sorry. I should turn that into a tradition. If I ever have the time and resources to do so. It's Independence Day. Time to watch Independence Day. I don't see this. Oh, there's the beacon. I see it, I see it. And look, I don't want to hear it. That's a good film. It's dumb. That does make it not a good film. Hey, Wenlock. Happy Goldblum Day. It really is Blade Deval.
Are you?
I have to. We're running low on food.
It's a sacred place. We're not supposed to go there. It's fit only as passage for the dead.
We'll be joining them soon if I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry, Moog. It's almost funny. I was actually on right before stream. I've started to realize that given how close the upcoming WoW run is, I really should start getting on some of the prep work I need to do. I've mostly been focusing on FF14 and, of all things, FF11, but I still have prep work to do in WoW. Mostly leveling. Well, as soon as the... Well, I shouldn't say as soon as, but the final patch is... Strange. The final patch is very close to being funded and probably will be funded before it happens. They're announcing the expansion stuff in like 5 weeks, I want to say. 5 or 6 weeks. Is it sad that I wish it was a little bit faster, Mook? just a little, you know, just... okay. Actually, it was at the beginning of this year, Evan. That was really weird. That was really weird, too. What in the world is going on here? Okay. I'm out, I guess. Bye, Giga. You got this. Bye. I didn't mean to do that, actually. I feel bad now. I'm a horrible person. Bye, Giga. It is funny. If I sat down and just spent a day leveling, I would have every class at 80. Right now. And like just picture for a second, for real. Picture that kind of leveling speed in any other MMO. I have been leveling my FF14 characters for months. Ever since that run. There it is.
Down with Patha!
No, not Patha. Her dick is so big.
Abandon your ignorant march.
Oh my gosh. In my opinion, leveling hasn't actually changed much. Years. The initial leveling speed of most MMOs is actually fine. It is alts, and alternate classes, alternate characters that should be sped up. Oh, wow, that's an instant fail? Jesus. Okay. Hang on. Wow, okay. And there's an event right here which is screwing it up. Thanks, game. Thanks for the game design, game. Oh, it does, Mook, absolutely. It is better than it's ever been. It's just, you know.
They are not yours to pardon!
When you're leveling literally every class to 80, it's like, God, can we speed this up a little more? And I just failed again. Wow! Okay, this event really sucks. Hang on. Attempt 3. Yes, Blade of All. The big Super Doom demon they built up over the entire launch expansion is already dead. As part of Patha's reveal, as a way to try and make Patha seem even more super amazing than she already was. Her dick, it's just gargantuan.
I vanished!
Yes, Blade of All. Same one. Okay, so let's try this for part 4 now.
To the Midnight King!
Oh man, Dragonflight and War Within are a new game. I on some level or another I knew that, but it wasn't until I did the review series earlier this year that I realized just how much that's true. Oh, thank God. Okay, the event's over. So now maybe we could do this stupid thing. Like, there's a reason I refer to those things now as modern WoW. I mean, the City Buster scene was also ridiculously expensive from a real-life perspective to do. I've seen the models. Not in person, obviously. There we go. Jeez Louise. What in God's name? Where do you want me to go? Exactly? Oh. Do a Vista. Okay, done. Oh my God, I have to do each of the Vistas? Oh my God, I do. It actually wants me to do the Vistas that I've been doing. You know, there's this thing. Yes, Blade Duval, that's exactly it. What, Giga, what? Listen, Giga. No, I'm not going to make the joke. I'm not going to make the joke. I am actually curious, though, what that is in a sense. Like, what does this thing have in it? I need a mastery to open that. Okay, now the joke's just telling itself. Anyways. I can't remember what I was saying. God, I just... Right. There's this concept. It's called checking for completion flags, okay? That's actually not what it's called. I have no idea what it's called. But hear me out for just a second. Let's say that I have a quest in a game, and that quest says to go loot 5 bog eyeballs. Now, let's say I have 3 bog eyeballs in my inventory. This is tech that has existed since the NES era, by the way. All you have to do is do a quick script. It really is one script, even in assembly, which is like one of the most basic code structures out there, to just say, hey, has this already been done? Are these things already in the inventory? In some cases, they're quest items, not literal inventory items, but that's even easier, because at that point, once you loot a quest item, what it does is it sets a flag in the background. And everyone understands flags, right? So, we know the game keeps track of Vista flags. That's how it operates. That's how it knows you've done a Vista. So for a quest that says, go do each Vista... What in God's name, Giga, are you doing? What? What? For a Vista, all they'd have to do... But that'd be a good thing. All you have to do is have a flag somewhere that says, hey, I've gotten this Vista. But no, instead this is programmed by people who are literally, objectively worse programmers than NES programmers. And they force us to do these Vistas again because they don't know how to program a proper flag call. Function, call, is flag set, yes. Check once, check twice, check 3, done. God damn it. I'm sorry for being upset about this, but it's such a minor, stupid thing that would be incredibly easy to do. Okay, now... Oh, no, we're not at the do events thing yet. Hang on, we're almost there, Blake. I'm sorry, I lied to you. We're not at the do events thing yet.
The future of all our peoples.
Does it, though? This isn't my story, this is Paitha's story. I'm here in the back seat, kind of munching on the peanuts. Staring out the window, vaguely bored. That describes this entire expansion, doesn't it? Being in the back seat, vaguely bored. Staring out the window, like, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hey, Scumlord, look, there was a cow. There's another cow. There's a sheep. No, you're right, Moral John. You're right. It's by design, which actually pisses me off even more. Is that they would actually go out of the way to just design something whose only purpose is to waste your time. Not use your time. That's different. Waste your time. Just go do this again. Yeah, we got a big gulp and a bag of chips. You're not really interested in the chips, but it's something... No, it is not, Luke. It is something that, like... You know, it's something to do. Occasionally, you just can chew on something. Just, well, that sucked. The light bulbs. Oh my god, I just noticed we're not even in Chapter 3 yet. How are we not in Chapter 3 yet? What? Alright, who's ready for another riveting incident of Episode 1 Politics? We must engage in the trading of tax routes for the pursuant to Article 35B, Section 15, Paragraph 12.
What do you hope to accomplish with this performance?
They need to see that even Epoch's most valued pawn can fall. But also that mercy is given to the vanquished.
This changes nothing. They know the power of their true master. All that you prove to them is your weakness in letting me live.
Save your strength, dear. You'll need it to explain your failure to your king. Children of Nyos, you have no need to cower so. Epoch's power
Giga, what are you doing?
every passing hour. Even his queen has failed to carry out his will. The old world collapses around you, and a new one is being...
She certainly talks the part, does she not? And yet, the people always recognize their one true king.
Oh, there we go. Hey, look.
Watch this farce with amusement. But it's time for the jesters to exit the stage. Honestly, did you think you had earned the trust of my Cryptis? Do any of you trust the words of this charlatan? Speak now if you would follow this child in her outburst. I thought not. I will make only one offer. Release my queen, and you will go free.
Would you like to exit to Internios at Park?
And you can live in exile there.
Oh?
No! You cannot compromise with these traitors! Not even for me!
It appears we found the gap in your armor.
You will not use me this way. I see now how I have failed you, my beloved. I have become a weakness for you. But no longer.
You sought a war? You shall have it. Bring your army then. I will devour everything.
Would you like to exit to Internios?
We continue as planned.
You have awoken him now. He will marshal every force he has against you.
Have we been shown mercy until now?
Make light if you must, but learn from this mistake before you bring ruin to my people, to your people. Each of us knew the fire we were marching into. It will take more than his anger to dissuade us now.
Oh, if only all generals could have soldiers like you, Ramses. We are not yet ready. We will probe their defenses and wait for our opportunity. I will call on you then.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Strength he gained from the Queen shouldn't be underestimated. But the greater danger is his wrath. He will care more about killing us than about his own survival. There is nothing that he won't sacrifice for revenge. If we are lucky, he will misstep as a result. But there will be no chance for diplomacy any longer. He will fight to his final breath. Some will, but many will see Labrys's sacrifice as inspiring, as a model of devotion that they too should follow. You cannot truly understand their perspective. They want to believe Epoch is the benevolent leader they've been told. Witnessing martyrdom sets the soul aflame. It will be difficult to put that fire out again.
Okay, so why did he retreat instead of just killing us there? Like, we were stunned. His dick had stunned us, just staring at it. It was mesmerizing. Oh my god. It was so big. Huh, what? He could have killed us, why didn't he?
I do not know. Epoch does not lack for cunning, but his blood runs hot. It is unlike him to forego a chance at revenge. It concerns me. He has something planned, and we do not know what. We must choose our next moves carefully.
I see, normally this is when I talk to my party members to learn more, but you know, honestly, I don't care. I'm sorry.
What's wrong?
The situation is tense among our allies. As uncertainty about our next step grows, so too does their anger. I fear that things will worsen without your intervention.
I see. I'll be there as soon as I can. Don't worry, Ramses. We'll resolve this.
What's this care, Giga? Can you eat it? Oh, sorry, to answer your question, Blade Jamal. There's 3 chapters, 3 acts, whatever you want to call that. We have just hit part 1 of 3, so there's 3 quests in the 3rd chapter, which is what we're in now. So we are 3 quests from the end. We're never gonna make it. We're never making it. It's over. I'm just kind of giving up.
We have to wait for reinforcements. It's the only way. Every hour, more of my soldiers die. Do you think his turrets simply stop while we wait?
Enough! Calm yourselves. What's the situation here?
Galrath went back to Tyria to report to Iskarin. We don't know what he'll recommend.
But if he does support sending the full Astral Ward, we would be fools to attack without them. We would be fools to wait here for reinforcements that may never come. Have you been up there? We are stretched across dozens of positions, barely able to hold them. How long until the front collapses? Must we all be
Oh my god, it's the Civil War in Icebrood again. You know, the one that happened entirely off camera until we just walked in and won.
Show each other some respect, at least.
Good. Perhaps you can help me here.
I understand.
Oh my... I'm sorry, Cat. I'm sorry.
I will not be beholden.
I'm sorry. Come back. Come back.
Wins.
I'm sorry. Hey, you're okay.
Do
You're
I
okay.
offer you a pointless sacrifice?
Startled the hell out of the cat. He was asleep. You're okay. I'm sorry.
We have been overstretched and vulnerable the entire time.
Apologies, my lady.
I'm giving that its own negative.
Structure our defenses to get
Calm, Ramses. I mean no reproach. But if Epoch's forces could have shattered our defenses at any moment, why are we still here?
Are you suggesting Epoch's army isn't as strong as it appears?
impossible. I know you sensed, as I have, the souls of the thousands of soldiers stationed in Zakiros. I wish to strike as you do, my lady, but we should not underestimate our foe.
If we move now, and you're wrong,
then my head will be the first to fall. I ask nothing more of you than I offer of myself.
What would you ask of me?
We're conducting a lot of shaping operations out there right now, and I'm sure the troops could use your help. Battles are raging across Nyos. If we can free up our troops from those conflicts, we can improve our odds.
I will remain here to craft our battle plan. Frode, perhaps you can offer your insight on that matter.
When the hour comes, Wayfinder, I will call on you. I wouldn't want you to miss out on all the fun.
Okay, so let me explain the negatives, because I decided to give it 2 that I just gave. Alright. Now this is kind of this is technically an aggregate negative, but we're the commander. Okay, that's one thing they've actually been pretty consistently good about, is portraying us as being capable of getting people to work together and leading. So we show up, and these 2 people, 3 really, are having like a minor tiff. Just a vague argument with each other. And we cannot get them to see reason. Then Paitha shows up, and our response is, and I quote, "Oh, good, perhaps you can help me here." As if we have no idea how to wrangle these people. As if we are desperate for Paitha's needed external aid in order to help us to do, what's it called? Command. Right, to command in this situation. I'm having an aneurysm. This is insulting at best. You morons. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, Giga, I don't know. I don't even know what a wayfinder is, frankly. I'm going to continue to refuse to talk to these people. No way. We have to go do events, Giga. This is it. We're here. For the 7th time, I counted. There are 7 individual quest steps in this goddamn campaign that are go do events. Each one of them requires you to do 6 events. That is 42 events just to progress the goddamn MSQ. Like, Guild Wars 2 has always had this fascination with having an MSQ step, which is, hey, go do whatever. You know, go do a zone. And they've varied in quality over the years. But this is bonkers.
Please, bring peace to my brothers and sisters. Many felt imprisoned by our king's wall.
Like, I'm honestly in shock. Yeah, at this point, I'm looking forward to Janthir just because it's not this. I apologize for my ire. I apologize
Free from your...
for slamming my hands on my freaking keyboard. I'm just... Yeah, exactly, Kennex Cal. Like, they've started copy-pasting their own freaking dialogue. It's even worse than you think about. Because, and yeah, sorry, the specific thing was, Janthir's gotta be better, Scublord. Everyone tells me Janthir's better. Because there was this big, climactic, epic war back in Icebrood that happened, like, near universally off-camera. They didn't even show the beginning of the war. Like, fiction will do that sometimes. Clone Wars, the original prequel trilogy. Not that those are great films, but they did that same trick. The Clone Wars began in Episode 2, and then we saw the conclusion of it in other works. But they didn't even do that.
Foster tranquility. Your actions echo throughout Nyos.
Like, they couldn't even do that. Instead, it's like, oh no, we've got to go find Bangar. And then we come back, this war is going very badly and we're losing it. And then we show up and win the war in a day. Sorry. Letting it go. Calm. Okay, we're good. I'm good. We're all good. Everything's good. Giga's good. Blade Taval's good. Everyone's good. Except Trump. Screw him. But everyone else is good. Sorry. It's just low-hanging fruit. I apologize. Hey, look, it's one of those lanterns.
There are noises.
Go ahead.
Do not like. Do not like.
I mean, while I'm here, right? Well. Good morning, Asmirastrar. Where the hell am I now? How do I get out of here? This way, I guess.
Hey, could use your help over here, please.
No, I'm good. No ward, no war, no nothing. I live only to serve the events. What is that nonsense?
Make sure your sky scale is prepared for the battles ahead by
It was actually gifted to me.
Ready? Go!
I had...
Yes, keep a close eye on this one.
Oh, there it is. Oh, destroy targets. God damn it. I had actually, I don't know, I was like 40, 50% of the way to getting this sphere myself, and someone was like, here you go. They have requested to remain anonymous, but it was a viewer, honestly. Come on. So now most of that progress is being turned into Sunrise. Which, honestly, I'm probably going to sell Sunrise. I don't care that much. This is a long race. I have chosen poorly. My goodness. I mean, I have the spear on my back, which obviously means I've done the first mastery. But otherwise, no. I know that the very first quest in Janthir is to sit and listen to people talk for about 40-50 minutes, give or take. The reason I know this is because I had to get to Janthir to begin with to get the spear unlock. And so I muted the game because I didn't want to spoil myself with the story and walked away from the computer for a while. And it took a long time for them to stop talking. I'm actually going to time myself this time around because I'm kind of curious just how bad it really is. Oh god, Brigman. That's even worse. I mean, we're gonna have to decide on that, Blade Devil, because yeah, that is... Like, the unskippable cutscene negatives exist for a reason, and I think Janthir is going to remind us all of what that reason is. We think FF10 is bad. I don't know. No! 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 Frickin' ley lines. Ah, well. I've actually done a Warclaw race. Hey, I got nothing. That didn't give me any progress. All right, hang on.
We're looking for. Ready? Go!
Okay, let's ignore the targets this time. Just go. Yeah. I do sometimes wish that the Sky Claw was a little bit faster. Good morning. I am a customer representative from Best Buy. Your resume has been recommended by multiple online platforms, which is impressive because I don't even have a resume. That's how good it is. My resume is so good, you have no idea. Yeah, let me delete this immediately. Without delay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there you go. It's so good it doesn't even exist. Oh my god, that's it. That's the catch. The perfect resume is the one that doesn't exist. Think about it. How many rich people have a resume? Really? What's your resume? Plop down $10,000. Oh my god. You're hired. There we go. Okay, where's the next step? It's my extremely real Canadian girlfriend was like, don't worry, I got you, fam. Here's a resume. See, my dad owns a dealership. Yeah, what's my resume? Well, my dad, right?
Fleeing Cryptus won't make it with terror falling from the skies. Pathos champion, your skill may help us gain dominance. Skill and your ally companion.
That was pretty good, but it may not be enough against that park.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm just gonna give up on that. That just takes way too much time. What else we got here? Well, there's an event I just walked by. Look, I'm not saying nepotism is totally the way to be, but man, nepotism is totally the way to be. What do you mean? Shouldn't you actually qualify for the job getting? No, no, no. Never try to qualify for your job. That's ridiculous. Trying to actually do your job well. Be a break.
We are found! We clash!
Oh man, I love Cryptus Cloggin. They're just... It's so great that they took something cute and wholesome and amazing and turned it into this nonsense. Well, I got this book, right, Ben, when I... I have seen the Pirate Quaggan. I have not seen the original concept art for the Quaggan.
Stop, you fool! They must be delivered to the king!
We might, Joe Pangolin. Oh, speaking of which, thank you for reminding me. Let's add another negative to gameplay. I gotta say, I think I like Twin Axes better than Greatsword. I don't know. Not feeling it that much.
They are defeated! Good fighting, my boo! Your help was succulent. We are grateful. Catch your breath. Join me. Then we must move on.
Did you like... I don't even care. There's a rift right over here. Let's do it. Quick, quick, quick. No! I'm gonna be too slow. No! Let me tag it! Let me tag it! Get out of the way! Okay. Not if you ask first, World John. That's pretty much my rule. Just, you know, basic consideration. Hey, can I like something? Sure. Well, you see, Chill Pangolin. I don't have a good answer for you. I do have a cape on. You don't see it because I have it hidden, but I do actually have a cape. Sorry. To be clear, I figured the first thing you said was you asking, Merle John. You didn't have to then... I'm not trying to be a dick. I just... Being like, hey, am I going to get blocked if a link a picture is asking, as far as I'm concerned. Oh my god, that's horrifying. And very vanilla. As in, Guild Wars 2 vanilla. There's one thing I definitively like better about axes over the greatsword. I can move while using my axe abilities. I gotta plant my feet with the greatsword. Quaggan battle mode. Yeah. Couldn't even get berserk that whole fight. Oh my god, why would you even say such a thing, Chilpangle? Oh, I hate you. Oh god, I hate you. You're awful. Oh my god, why would you do that? You have poisoned everything. That's still probably faster to do this. Well, it doesn't matter, does it, Mortal John? Just picture your favorite moment in the game. And then render it like the vanilla cutscenes.
Yes, sir. Good. We'll be all...
Oh god, I can picture it, Giga. It's so horrible. We can extend this. Picture your favorite scene from, like, any other game. Right, like Guild Wars... FF14, World of Warcraft... Tor, Star Trek Online, Black Desert Online, whatever. And now it's just the vanilla cutscene approach. Oh, it's so bad. Like some people say that's cursed. No, that's toxic is what that is. Yeah, imagine Warcraft 3. And they're just standing next to each other, right? What are you doing, my son? Succeeding you, father. That's the whole scene. I can picture it. I can actually picture it in my head. Oh my god. Is it? Oh, thank God.
We gather at the camp to discuss our
Although, we might as well finish the rift while we're here. Now we should do more events. Alright, what do you want me to check out, Giga? Is it your giant mace you're going to kill me with because you're the Hulk? Because I understand that. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I should do this. Okay, so I'm going to pretend I never saw that. I'm just going to go. And never come back. It's okay, we're going to do it. Someday we're going to beat this expansion. Okay, just turn. I should go. Why the tentacle, Giga?
And after we breach the walls?
There are 3 towers in Zakharos, and all must be taken if we are to win the day.
We're going to have to split our forces between them. If we try to take them one at a time, the defenses will shred us.
What do you need me to do?
You will join me as I infiltrate the spider's lair.
Of course, that assumes.
My lady, please. I am hurt and beg a favor of you. Death to the false king!
Oh my gosh, it's an ambush. Who could have possibly perceived such a thing as happening? This is true. I'm on. What? Yeah, but you went with the tentacle. There's so many options. You could have had a dragon. You could have had like a techno thing that just goes bzzz and scans it. But no. You went with the giant glorp monster. You did this, Giga. Oh, so there's tentacles in Janthir. What is this, Dark Souls? Alright, hang on. First we're going to have horrifying demon things. Then we're going to have tentacle things. Oh my god, you're right, PB Good Fight. Anybody who's played FF14, imagine Minfilia in Guild Wars 2 vanilla cutscenes. Pray return. To the waking sands. I am so concerned over you, warrior of light. Does it change much? Actually, I'm with PB Goodfate. She'd probably have to emote more. There might be some, you know, actual animation to her cutscenes.
Your Majesty, behind me!
My God, Chill Penguin. It's an interesting title of a clip there.
Brought down the wall, let none of them through.
Okay, if you insist. I was gonna let the queen die, but I mean... Yes. At least something would happen if I let her die. Not that they would. She's clearly some writer's favorite here. Because she is the main character of this expansion, and not in a good way. Return to the mission area. You knocked me out of bounds, game. Don't give me that. And achievement get. Good job, Giga.
But hopelessly outnumbered.
Indeed. They hope to silence Her Majesty at the cost of their lives. My lady?
You smell it on their remains too, don't you, Ramses? Not hatred or fury, nor zeal, nor fervor. Something sweeter.
Fear.
Prepare the soldiers to move. Zakiros awaits.
Okay, was that... Okay. You know what, normally I'd complain about how short that was, but honestly, thank God, am I right? Yes, this is what I'm going down. Listen, you're the best of frogs, Giga. I don't care what anybody says. Those other people, don't listen to them. Or is it a toad? I don't know. Whatever it is you are, you're awesome. Of course, there's no waypoints way over there.
Let's go, team. Lead the way, Helvig.
Seems like we're putting ourselves in harm's way when we can just sit back and let them kill each other.
Glad Patha found us when she did.
Lieutenant.
You handle tracking the demons. I'll handle giving the orders. Move.
Hey, Colgrim. This is really boring. Like, wow. I actually think the storytelling has taken a noticeable dip downwards in this particular patch. And that is impressive when you think about it. Okay. I accept. We did one of the metas, I think. Oh wow, I've actually gotten that lantern before. East. We are on the 11th hour, which is second to last chapter. Yeah, we didn't do Spider Lair. Which is funny, I've had a thing for that pop up several times in the Wizard's Vault. I've never actually done it. Oh, hang on. Lantern. Gotta do a lantern. Very important. The real Guild Wars 2 begins here. With the lanterns. Alright, bore us with taxation of trade routes. Do it. You know you want to.
We must pursue Epoch. Now! We cannot allow him time to recover. He suffered a defeat. He's vulnerable. But if he retreats to his throne, an army between us, with time on his side... With so few of us left to fight, you feel Epoch's multitudes waiting ahead as I do, General. They overwhelm the senses. This chance will never come again, slight as it may be. We must strike.
Indeed we must. Dag the Frode Arena. Take the portal. Rally any who stand to cover our flanks.
Patha.
Majesty.
Respectfully, I've walked the path with you this far. I'm not stopping here.
Very well. Dagda, Frode. Should we fail, I ask that you give asylum to my people.
The Wayfinder and the Outrider fight with you. You won't fail.
Yeah, I loved the go grind 150 currency thing. Thank God I barely had enough when we got to that step. I'm just gonna spin him around for a minute.
Swiftly when provoked. His forces must be at the ready. Yet I sense they do not attack. Why? Do not forget, he stayed his hand upon witnessing Labrys's sacrifice. If ever there was a time for him to act without thought, that was it.
Yes, we fight on Epoch's turf. He is ancient and cunning. There can be no doubt he is prepared.
The enemy lurks. Be on your guard.
No, I agree. One of the MSQ quests, redundancy, one of the MSQs being, hey, go grind the zone currency is, that's not great. Well, good news, there's no flying mount in this game, Spartan. Bad news, there's no flying mount in this game. Also, hi, Spartan. The Griffin is a glider. It's a cool glider, you can do some cool stuff with it, but it is not a flyer. The Skyscale is a poor man's flyer, but I would still not actually call it a flying mount. Not really. It's an improvement to the bunny. Put it that way. God dang it. Stupid chair. Ah! Sorry.
Stay alert.
Okay. It's awfully dark in here. Is anyone else having trouble seeing? Not just me.
Strike swiftly. Give them no time to set a defense. Try your heart.
Okay, could you not, please? So there's two options, Spartan. One is what I do, where you bind each mount to its own hotkey. Now that gets expensive. It takes up a lot of keyboard real estate. The other option is there's an add-on called Blish HUD, which totally doesn't exist and I never heard of, where you can have a separate add-on built into that. So Blish HUD isn't actually an add-on itself. It's an add-on portal structure, whatever you want to call that. One of the add-ons for that is radial mounts, which enables you to then put it all on a single button and then pick with your mouse.
General, Majesty, I fear we march to our end.
Is it truly so dire?
Hundreds lie in wait. More, perhaps. It is difficult to discern. They thrive.
I spoke true. A better opportunity to strike will never present itself. But that does not mean the odds are favorable.
We will turn this army to our side.
Hey, Majesty, surely not. I will follow you to my death. But you cannot believe, after all that's happened...
No, we will turn them to our side. There is no other way.
What? Am I here? I forgot I was a part of the story arc. There's a small character tidbit, which I haven't noticed them do anything with, where they talk about how the Cryptus shouldn't have architecture. They've actually mentioned this several times. You know, natural creatures, beasts, blah, blah, blah. And that's kind of an interesting tidbit, because apparently Mr. Big Dick has been forcing them into having architecture. Buildings, walls, stuff like that. I don't know, but you better get your guess in soon, Spartan, because we're on the second to last quest now. Now that sounds like an interesting lore tidbit, little world building bit, but like, did they ever do anything with that? Because we're about to kill the dude. Okay. Do you remember what it was, Giga? Yeah, I didn't think so. Probably, Giga. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, this boss guy.
Use the heart!
Okay.
Move decisively. Give no quarter to any who oppose us.
Let's go.
If you let me, game, Jesus.
Oh, no. We are fools.
What?
Labrys's words. The strength to do that which the common Cryptus will not.
What?
There is no army.
There never was.
Countless innocents. First the battle below, now this. He has methodically weakened us while strengthening himself.
There is no depravity to which he will not stoop. I failed them. They should have been under our protection.
They would rest in honor under the Tree of Mourning if time allowed. Destroy them. Then at least they can never be consumed. Wait. Wayfinder. Can your heart of the obscure set free their essence peacefully?
I mean, it's basically a MacGuffin at this point. I'm pretty sure I could make ice cream with this thing if I had to.
They do.
You got it, Giga. Yeah, I feel like this should be a big moment, but it super isn't. I'm sorry. You sort of need to develop investment in a setting for me to care about it. That's sort of how that works.
We will see to it.
Well, good news, Spartan. That's not speculation. The A-Team is off working on whatever else they're working. We still don't actually know exactly what it is. The most common theory is it's Guild Wars 3, but it could also be something else entirely. No, since End of Dragons, Spartan.
Bring your army then, he said. I will devour everything.
To the throne room. We are all that stands between Epoch and our extinction.
Yeah, me neither, Cauldron. We won't get it, of course. It'll be some mobile trash. I don't know how you do mounts in a turn-based tactical. What the hell was that? They just take the troops were like, I'm on my coffee break. And then I got Banelinged. Oh yeah, it's got to be the buzzword of several years ago because they're completely out of date. Congrats, move.
I feel something amiss.
Alright, this is it. Super big, awesome, final boss of the entire expansion. This will surely be an amazing, fantastico fight. An epic for the ages.
Are you prepared to face the king?
That throne is mine. Wayfinder, open the way for the true Midnight King.
Yes, sir.
And finally, she brings herself before the throne. I've been waiting, Princess of Traitors.
Gorging yourself while we cut our way through your defenses. Bold strategy, King. Was the Queen your strategist? Perhaps without Labrys.
Do not speak her name. Kneel, sacrifice yourself to me, as you forced your queen to do.
But I am not so noble.
Labrys was right to refuse negotiations with you. You will kneel, or my generals will make you kneel. Your strength is mine, and my strength is the lifeblood of the Cryptis. Speak your last words.
We'll throw your bones from Eventide's bridge. The Cryptus will spit on your memory. Labris sacrificed herself for nothing.
Oh. Right. Okay.
General. Traitor! Who? Epoch! Thunderon! Alcaeus! General Fornios!
What? What was that? There's just a bunch of random names that have nothing to do with anything. Oh my god. Yeah, but like, really think about what was said in order. What? General. Traitor. Who? Eparch. Xantheron. Alcaeus. General. Forneos. That's not dialogue. Alright, this is it. This guy is the super ultra no really big bad who's been responsible for all this death and destruction. This is the big one right here. This is it.
Behind you! Fall back!
What? What? Okay. Okay.
Cannot stop!
His dick is just so big.
Epoch, your strategy confuses me. Will you save your people by consuming...
Oh my god, we have to be saved at the last minute by the asshole?
Your antiquated ideals, wizard. Our enemies have never understood what it takes for my people to survive. That is why you will die today. Wyteria will be mine tomorrow.
Your gluttony has given you strength beyond mine. That much is clear.
Come to beg for your life, then. A pointless gesture.
Okay, so anyways, I'm gonna give a negative just at the start here.
On the contrary, I couldn't pass up this chance to help end yours. Aether, Wayfinder, join your power with mine. The heart.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah, uh-huh, yeah, I'm here. I am part of this, apparently. Oh, there it is, over here, over here. Hey, I have to do it in the right spot, yeah, hey. Wind, water, heart.
Kill this parasite.
Hang on, let me go, like, get into auto attack with this thing. Right, I'm gonna write down some negatives. Alright, killing the trash, killing the trash. Swing in a chain. Swing in a chain. No one's gonna get that reference. Okay, you gotta... There you go. Okay, fine, I'll pay attention a little bit, Jesus. I'm done typing up my negatives anyways. Yeah, like this whole emotions, sins thing they never actually do anything with. Honestly, it reminds me of something else. I don't actually remember what, but it's tickling something in the back of my brain. God, I've barely been even attacking this guy. Listen, they saw Endork and they're like, I can do that. And then they saw Shadowlands and they said, I can do that. And they were only right once.
Aether, my kin, my blood, you have been deceived. Your brothers understood. Labrys understood. Cryptis, Wanderer. All our kind are despised. For that which is our nature. We are predators. We must feed. If we do not prey, we court extinction. I see now. Nothing will stop you from taking the Midnight Throne. Take it, but do not forsake your people. All we have labored for. Take my strength. Consume me. For the Cryptis.
It was never your strength to kill.
Alright, now we gotta kill Paetha. Time for her.
And so the reign of...
You certainly took your time.
I am here now, when it matters.
When your survival was all but assured, only then did you stick your neck out for our people.
I risked nothing for your people. I risked exposure to rid our worlds of Epoch. And while I hope it proves worthwhile, the survival of the Cryptis people was not a requirement.
Let's see that we do not stand on opposite sides of the battlefield one day, Seer.
General, gather the wounded. Iskaran, we are in your debt. I need time to set my house in order. I will contact you then.
Until then, Majesty.
It's time to go home. Wayfinder? Paetha.
Nyos owes a great deal to you, Wayfinder.
Do they?
Wayfinder.
I expect we'll see you in the Wizard's Tower soon. You're always welcome here, friend.
Yeah, I'm like never coming back.
Our dreams for eternity. As will yours, Outrider.
Thank you, Ramses.
In the tower, then.
The Wizard's Tower will be ready to receive the Midnight King.
Yeah, pretty much called him. Alright, Giga, we got this. We can do this. It's the final boss. An unskippable cutscene where we all talk about Hisgarin's dick and how big it is. I think Hisgarin is actually probably my least favorite character so far of this expansion. He reminds me a lot of an archetype. I don't actually see it very often. Where there's someone who shows up and they're just better than you. And they know it and they rub it in your face constantly. But at no point in time do I actually believe it. It's just the author telling me, hey, this character's better than you. Yeah, a Ranjit. That's exactly right. I do not, Fulcrum. Eparch is a Zaitan, and I'm just going to start using that as a terminology for that. I knew you'd disagree, Giga. There's only one way to settle our disagreements.
Stranger.
Now, I was about to say a cook-off, but I realized you're probably going to crounce me in a cook-off because you actually have that stupid backpack. I know you disagree for real. I'm making a joke of it because I've already made my case, so I have nothing else to add to the discussion. He's a dick. He's an asshole, and all he does is constantly prove how much better than he is. Every single time he shows up, he just kind of walks in and says, oh yes, I effortlessly win in the situation that I'm now in because I'm better than you. Every single one of his cutscenes, I've been keeping track, 100% of them, so far, have been him being a dick. And now, he might be in Janthir, thanks for that, so he's apparently in Janthir. And he might be better in Janthir, which wouldn't surprise me, because you remember Gorick? I hated Gorick. Until we got to End of Dragons, at which point Gorick became a character. Alright, time to do some paperwork while we listen to some unskippable cutscenes. How long do you think it's going to be? I should get a timer. Yeah, Gorick became awesome. He sucked when he first showed up. He was irritating when he first showed up. One second. I need to pull up my timer. There it is. Okay. It's okay, Giga. I know everything about Janthir's story now. Yeah, Gorick also had an arc, and yeah, a lot of that was thanks to Blish, but still, Gorick had an arc. Ugh. What am I doing?
Wayfinder, not a moment too soon. They're about to get into it.
You're not joining us. You know the situation as well as anyone.
Getting into the middle of that group? I'd rather face down Eparch again.
Who?
No. I think I'll leave that to you. I just wanted to catch a glimpse of it myself.
Don't tarry too long, soldier. You're overdue for some leave. Welcome home.
Wayfinder.
Okay, for real. I'm gonna time the opening cutscene of Janthir. I really am curious how long it actually is.
Wayfinder, good. Let's delay this no longer.
No need to rush now. Galrath does so enjoy our presence here.
I've seen you lot in battle. Huh. We've got nothing to worry about.
What would you know of battle? You were not present for... Enough! We will not waste time with idle chatter. There is still much to be done in Nios. Let us proceed then. Dagda, present the terms we've agreed upon.
The Cryptus incursion into Tyria will cease immediately. No Cryptus will enter Tyria again without direct invitation.
And any remaining loyalists who do, you're free to dispose of.
Additionally, the Astral Ward will maintain a presence in Nios until such time as it is deemed by us to be unnecessary. In return, amnesty will be granted to the Cryptus, and we will recognize Paitha as the legitimate sovereign of Nios.
We accept your terms.
Perhaps now there can finally be peace.
We must hope so. If this were to happen again, I promise you that it would not end in negotiations.
Your thoughts, Wayfinder?
What? Why am I here?
Take the time to cherish this victory. As a wise man once told me, we're only given so many of these.
I'll drink to that.
There is also the other matter we discussed, Gareth. Do you accept?
I do. Ramses will have a place here as long as he pleases. My lady.
Your affection for Tyrians is no secret, Ramses. And you have more than earned a place as our ambassador.
Thank you, my king. I will not let you down.
That leaves just one final thing. You, Wayfinder. While there are many who have fought alongside me, none have been more steadfast or capable.
I do want to thank you, Wayfinder. Your aid was clearly needed here.
As long as I live, your name will never be forgotten in Nyos. You have my eternal thanks.
Oh, and there's the credits. Oh my god, there's so many people to talk to, and I don't care about any of it. Okay, yeah, we need to figure out what... Do me a favor, ignore me for a moment. Figure out what's going on with Bragwin, because something's wrong with Bragwin. I don't know what. I don't mean something's wrong with her. I mean something's wrong with her situation. So hang on. No. I've got... I'll let this play while I do the audit. How's that sound?
Hey, Kiona. How's it going?
Good to see you, Balgan. Did Nyos treat you well?
Yeah, you know. It was pretty intense, but nothing I couldn't handle. So, anyway, now that we've both got leave, maybe you'd want to go somewhere? Holbrook is nice this time of year.
Sure, why not?
So you have no aspirations for the throne yourself?
None whatsoever. There is a weight that comes with the crown, and I have no desire to carry it. My role lies elsewhere. Aether has proven that she can lead our people, but there will be difficulties that better suit my expertise. When those arise, I will offer my counsel. That is all that is needed of me.
Do you think the peace will last?
For the immediate future, yes. The people have tired of war. This will be an opportunity for them to prosper. But time will weather that relief, and people will forget what war cost them. We will have to remain vigilant. I promise you this, however. War between Nyos and Tyria will not come again as long as I draw breath. Let us hope my fellows feel as strongly as I do.
Can you trust Janthir?
One need not trust a predator if you remove its claws. And he still has his uses. There are many loyalists left, and we need them to join us if we are to keep this dream alive. They will listen to him. Ultimately, that is more important than the punishment he unquestionably deserves. We are forced to compromise. In many ways, politics bloodies one's hands more than war. May you spend your twilight years in battle instead.
Ah, my dear. To think I could have made a snack of you when we first met. And now, you've proven yourself an entire meal.
How does it feel to finally sit on the throne?
Comfortable. Though I'll need to do some redecorating. Epoch never had much taste. In truth, the crown is heavy. There are thousands of wounded to be tended to, dead to be buried, homes to be rebuilt. I knew the cost from the beginning, of course. A king must bear the burden of the entire kingdom. It will be many days before things are right. There will be little time for sleep, but there will be time for dreams.
You've decided to spare Xantheron?
Xantheron is a pragmatist. He will side with us, as long as that remains his best option. I intend to keep it that way. And we need to gain the support of the remaining loyalists. This is the time for reconciliation, not purges. Besides, in a way, having to serve under me is the most bitter punishment I could have given him.
How do you feel about the Astral Ward being stationed in Nyos?
There was never any other choice. They contributed their blood to our freedom, and they are too strong to refuse. Iskaran worries about war returning. If this reassures him, so be it. Besides, you Tyrians really are delicious. If they ever become a problem, we'll simply have a feast.
Will you still try to keep the Astral Ward a secret?
The value of secrecy has not diminished, but I must admit it will be difficult to hide what has happened here. And a truth half uncovered is often more dangerous than one fully revealed. If there is time still to shield Tyria from the knowledge of its own frailty, then that must be done. I will evaluate our options, however, and come to whatever conclusion best suits Tyria as a whole.
Why didn't you come to help us sooner?
Such accusation. From your tone, one would think my support never arrived at all. You are not so naive as the rest of them, Wayfinder. You know better than foolish idealism. Until I could be certain that my support would ensure your victory, committing our forces would have been pointless. I do not act without careful consideration. I have lived a long time with the consequences of my prior impulsiveness.
Will this peace hold?
I expect so. But there are contingencies for any eventuality. We will not be caught unaware again. It will take far beyond your lifespan for their forces to grow strong enough to be a threat again anyway. But peace will last only as long as we remain strong enough to enforce it. That is the only reason it ever lasts.
Interesting that not all these are voiced. Good news is I'm mostly done with the otter anyways.
Have you changed your mind about the Cryptus?
Why would I have? I never doubted that Paetha's forces could win. Just what her victory would really mean. We're going to find out if they're as capable of peace as you hope. It'll be a long time before we know the answer. I'm no warmonger, Wayfinder. If they maintain the peace, I am happy to do likewise. If Tyria is safe, I am satisfied.
By the way, hi to Castus. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of a bunch of dialogue and me doing an audit, so I was kind of distracted.
What did you report to Iskaran?
That Paetha's army was winning, and that Astral Ward support should be sent to end the war. What? Not what you expected? I'm a man of my word, Wayfinder. I asked you to prove that you could win, and you did. I held up my end of the bargain. He took a little convincing, of course, but I know how he thinks. A chance to avenge the deaths of Vas, Hakim, and Maban. To give a punitive lecture to Epar. He was never going to miss that opportunity.
Maybe Isgarin will make you the ambassador to Nyos.
I like you, Wayfinder.
That is actually, and now I can't think of his name. Oh my god. Darren DePaul. Who, if you don't recognize the name, don't worry about it, but he's a pretty prolific actor. He's a very good actor.
I'm surprised you're part of this.
Did you expect to see me in chains? You Tyrians can be so naive. Allow me to enlighten you. I served at the side of the king for longer than your kind can conceive of. Who knows the cryptist better than I? Our fledgling king is wise enough to know she will need my counsel. That is worth more than retribution will gain her. Let that be a lesson for you then. Your sense of justice will always be subservient to your practical needs.
It must sting to be on the losing side.
Do I not stand here among the victors, Tyrion? Do I not still have my horns? My allegiance to Epoch ended with his betrayal of my brother. It was the only loyalty I held higher. You may not count me as a true ally, but here I stand all the same.
Honestly, I like Blinterval and Colgrim's alternate ideas for this nonsense.
You believe Paitha can rule the Cryptus, then?
It is power and authority that rules in Nyos, Tyrion. As long as she holds them, the Cryptus will follow. But do not think that Paitha alone is capable. It is not Providence that has placed the crown atop her head. If she fails, it is a minor setback. The throne of midnight can seat another.
It seems you care little about the fate of your people.
My people? You know nothing of my people. You understand so little, but you speak so boldly. I have given everything for the survival of the Cryptus. I have acted always for the future of Nyos. But I see what you cannot. That the Cryptus can only be led through strength. I did what needed to be done. Do you have the conviction to do the same?
Sure thing, Illidan. Anise sent a letter demanding that Livia come back to Divinity's Reach. Blah, 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 blah. Good news is I've almost finished with the bronze number, too. So once we finish all this stuff, I can just give you the number. Numbers, I suppose. Okay, looks like all the rest of that's down. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. I missed 2. Well, okay, so blah, 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 blah.
How do you feel about being named ambassador?
It's difficult to know how to feel. Mere hours ago, I entered Tyria for the first time, and now I'm going to stay here. It is exciting in its way, though. The smells and sensations, the lights and colors, the strange shapes of the creatures. I'm not sure I'll be much use as an ambassador, as distracted as I am. I wonder if Arena will be willing to lead me around.
We couldn't have done this without you.
I am humbled by your praise, Wayfinder, but I merely did what anyone should be willing to do for their homeland. Truthfully, I have been a small part of something greater. That is enough for me. But I am pleased that I've earned your respect, and I hope your friendship as well.
Of course, Ramses.
Not particularly, no, Spartan. The Cryptists are the beginnings of interesting. There's some ideas there that they could have done something with that they don't. Simplest, easiest way to put that. Like an entire species who exists based off of feeding and emotions, who lives within dreams. But no. You know what? I don't even care. I don't care. Care not. I'm pretty sure we don't feed off emotions, though. No, Colgrim, but I did glance at it and I actually recognized it. I don't remember when it was, but at one point in time we were more seriously looking into getting into raiding. I think it was raiding. Something. And that was the specific fight we were getting ready for. Hi, Zar. Yes, Saul, by the way, also voiced by Darren DePaul. So, I have a question. It's going to sound like a stupid question, Brago. When you say you don't have the skill, do you know where the skill would be? Because it's not what I would call very intuitive. Oh, that's even worse, Colgrim. That's awesome. Okay, so. Do you see my mouse? Is my mouse? Yeah, okay. You see my mouse, right? Over down here, below the swap weapon set, is this tiny little square right here, okay? If you right-click that, this'll pop up something. Now, I don't know what it's going to pop up for you. What you're looking for is that right there. Scan for Rift. So you see why I asked this question this way. Because I'm pretty sure you actually have access to this. Like, I'm pretty sure it's there. But it's way down there. And yeah, I actually have it bound to J as well. Yeah, I've already dinged the negative for this. This is absolute insanity. Same thing with this one over here, by the way. How many of you even know this is even here? Oh, there's Zoja. Well, we'll do Zoja now.
Wayfinder, you made it.
So did you. Your help on the field was... that entrance. Your power is incredible.
Thanks. Still getting used to how it feels. What is next for you, then?
Not sure. Tyria doesn't know what happened here, or in Nyos. I don't know how long we can go without telling them. I guess we're following Iskarin's lead until then. So long as everyone is safe.
He knows we need to do something. Tyria is blood in the water now. Who knows what's sniffing around?
All ready to bite.
Right.
How about you? Any exciting wizardly duties?
Exciting? Maybe. Once we've figured out what to do with the fractal inhabitants, I, might explore the mists. There's so much out there to explore, to learn. So many things that might help Tyria.
That sounds like quite the adventure.
Are you gonna be okay without, me?
Everyone is going to be fine.
Good. I'll see you later, Commander. Wayfinder. Sorry.
Goodbye, Zojia.
I really hope Janthir is better. I have no idea. I'm off the map so completely at this point. Yeah, so what Eitri is talking about also took me literal years to discover. In fact, I'm not even sure I ever discovered it in vanilla. Look at my screen right now. I'm not even sure if you could see it on the stream. At the very, very, very bottom, there's my bar, right? 1 through 5, 6 through 0. At the bottom of that is a tiny sliver of red. That's your range indicator. Now, I obviously have nothing targeted right now, but if I had an enemy targeted, and that's red, that means I'm out of range of them for that ability. Now, interesting enough, it will let you use the ability even if you're out of range, but it won't work right, if that makes any sense, and it's different. So, like, for example, if I just pop this, I'll just rush forward because I have no target. It's out of range. Yeah, I didn't discover that until I came back to the game. This is not a good HUD. This is why I gave the HUD negatives. That is not clear. You know what most of the other games do? They, like, gray out the entire button. Or maybe make it red, is something some games will do. To indicate that it's out of range, or you're out of mana, or whatever, right? Where's that indicator? You can actually see it on my screen right now. It's below each of my hotkeys. It's the tiny little red sliver there. I do actually lean on that nowadays because I tend to play melee characters. So, it's helpful to know. Yeah, gray exists. Oh, God, most people don't even know this exists anymore. So there's this concept in Guild Wars 2, right? It's basically abandoned, but it's still technically part of the code. Where when you first equip a weapon type, for the first, like the first great sword you ever equip, when you first equip it, it'll be like, well, you've never used this before, so you have to use it a bit in order to learn the next ability on the list. Now, back in the day, that used to be a whole thing. Nowadays, it's a complete nothing burger. Nowadays, it doesn't matter. I didn't even know it was still in the game until I... Whoa. Goddamn game. Until I put on my spear for the first time. And I didn't have 5. My number 5 spell. And I was actually pretty confused about that, because, like, wait. Really? But yeah, I actually did not have the number 5 spell the very first time I put on a spear. And it just struck this memory of, oh yeah! Yeah, one of the first things I used to do back in vanilla is I would try to get as many weapon types as I could on a new character. And just use them for a bit so I can unlock all of their skills. Arena. And Frightened Cryptus is our last character to talk to. There we go, done. Talk of the Tower. I don't know why I bothered with that, but I did. Apparently mastery out here. Anyways, we did it! We saved the entire multiverse. Woo! What you mean? Shut up. Man, I appreciate you, Loke, and we'll see. Like, I honestly have no idea. Yeah, I thought about doing an early break, but like it is so early, so I'm just gonna pull the secrets and go right into it. Welcome back, NXR. Hopefully, maybe, possibly, partially, potentially. There we go. Jesus. We did it. Secret's done. Okay. Before I even move an inch. So here's the first factoid I want to share with you. Vanilla was 57 hours, which may not sound like a long time, but that is over double the length of any other expansion. Keep in mind, we also didn't do each pact quest. Like, we didn't do that branch. We just did Whispers and moved on. How long did this feel? Obviously, it's not going to beat Vanilla. I'm just going to give that away. Nothing beats Vanilla. Vanilla was insane. In terms of length, I mean. Let me double check my numbers here. Okay, so... Yeah, it felt like 30. I agree. It did. It felt long. It felt long. I've said this so many times. For those of you who haven't heard me say this, you can always tell the quality of something, whether it's a game, movie, book, show, doesn't matter. One second. Hate stuff being on my glasses. Because it feels longer, right? The actual length doesn't matter. I've said this so many times. The actual length doesn't matter. It feels longer, and that's the problem. If it feels like a slog, like there was, I forget the exact things, but there was 2 games we did back to back, and one of them was The Last of Us 2, and that game felt like a slog. It was really short. It was only like a 15-hour game, but it felt like it took forever because it just dragged at a certain point, right? Same concept. So if it feels long, then it's bad. And if it feels short, then it's good. Like, I say feels short. What I mean by that is if you've ever had that moment where you look up and it's like, wait, the episode's over? Then that was probably a good episode because you were sufficiently engaged that you didn't notice the time passing. That's what it boils down to. When you're engaged, time zips by, right? That is what that really boils down to. Yeah, why is the sun already coming? Exactly, Lord Hermit. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So, I mean, Stellaris is even worse about that. So this run was... So hang on. So Vanilla was 57 hours, okay? The next longest is Path of Fire. That's counting Season 4, which is 24 hours. Below that, we have End of Dragons, which was... I don't know why I'm saying It was 19 hours. Below that, we have Heart of Thorns, which was 17 hours. Below that, we have Icebrood, which was 16 hours. And below all of them, as the absolute quickest expansion we've covered so far, at 12.12 hours, was Secrets of the Obscure. And that is what I'm talking about, right there. This was 12 hours. We raced through this. Yeah. I didn't think anything would beat Heart. I thought Heart of Thorns would be the short, 16 and a half hours for an expansion is incredibly fast. For a bit of perspective, the fastest World of Warcraft expansion is Warlords. And Warlords of Draenor was still 32 hours long. Over in FF14, I'm pretty sure it's Heavensward. Yep. The fastest the shortest FF14 expansion is Heavensward at 72 hours. I honestly did not think anything was going to break the floor on Guild Wars 2 of actually going below 16. But here we are. Did it really, Colgrim? Jesus. So numbers. Story. +1. That puts it as the third worst story of any expansion we've covered. The only two things that are worse are Vanilla and Ice Brood. That is 0.08 positives per hour, which ironically is actually not that far down just because we have things like ARR, which is just even less density. But that ratio, I'm staring at this ratio. This is the third worst story ratio we've ever seen at 51.28%. Oh my god. Gameplay, -14. That's that's actually not that terrible. That's right up there with, say, Star Trek Online, or actually, that's about it. It's right in the middle there. That is 1.16 negatives per hour, which is not good, and a ratio of 18%, which is really bad, giving us our final bronze number of, can I get a drum roll, please? Negative. Start with that. 26.07. Now, obviously anything negative is bad, but for real, that number feels about right. That's right around where ARR is. And Shadowlands, actually. Both of those are negative, and negative is bad, but remember, it's a linear scale, right? So the distance between -30 and 30 isn't actually all that much. That's kind of the mid-range, right? Very dull, leaning towards bad, as opposed to very dull, leaning towards good. That's just the center. That's true, isn't it? Like, that describes this expansion to a T. It's there. It is not as bad as Ice Brood, and I stand by that. Ice Brood was a pile. Ice Brood was awful. But this is pretty close to 0. Cool. Anyways, go ahead and move this over here. Scoops this over here. Oh, goody, I got a mini Patha. You know what? I'm going to destroy that. I don't want that. Get out of my inventory. You can add it to your collection. I don't care. No, that unlocked it! Oh, you... I'm afraid you are incorrect, Spartan. I'll go ahead and tell you, so far, expansion-wise, we have had Secrets of the Obscure, Ice Brood, Saga, and Vanilla. So that's 3 expansions from Guild Wars 2, which are all net negative. However, Final Fantasy XIV has 1, that's ARR, and WoW has 1, that's Burning Crusade. It's worth noting that ARR might get dragged up from net negative. So who won the guessing game? So interestingly enough, so many people guessed positive. Oh, and I didn't say... I'm sorry. And also Shadowlands. Sorry. Shadowlands and Burning Crusade. Sorry. I couldn't even notice it. It was so irrelevant. So yeah, so Blade Taval, Colgrim, and Kenexcow all guessed negative, but 2 negative. So I actually got to do some math. Figure out who's closest here. So... Nope, it is, in fact, Lord Harrimont who guessed 0. And, yeah, that was honestly probably the safe bet there. So that's going towards the Awful Block. This guy at 1. Which one's going commando? Which number? 2. Thank you. Okay. Zaitan, Giga. Oh yeah, so I've been thinking about this. I really have. And as much as I could switch to a character which has voice acting, I'm curious about something. So before we do that, we're going to kind of pseudo-commit to this, okay? And I'm going to be amused if it's true, because if our character is suddenly missing voice acting, yeah, Warrior's enjoyable. I'm liking this new build. I'm still trying to play around with it a bit. Although, speaking of which, man, I've got to have my turbo build for this upcoming thing, because it's just going to be so dangerous. You have no idea. So, yeah, I'm poking around at Greatsword a little bit. Okay, so Tyrian Alliance. I've got an email. From me? I hope this letter finds you in the summer breeze, carrying you towards warmer days with a path brightly lit. I am Firstborn Dagonet. Perhaps you remember me? I've been aiding the Pale Mother and leading our people. She heals still. The process has been drawn out, but I'm happy to report the color returns to her cheeks. She's quite weak and tired yet, but frequent visits from the newborns raise her spirits. Her focus has always pointed towards the future of her children. Which is why I'm writing to you, that optimistic but often naive promise of tomorrow. Despite the cold days we faced over this decade, something's happened, something feels quite different, and while it's a curious motion, I hope it'll be good for the world. Leaders have started speaking on even ground about our shared ailments and woes, our strengths and our needs. I personally attribute this sudden action to the demons and the rampage in the lands, and not the end of dragons or you, which actually gathered that group together more than once. The Tyrian Alliance will be just holding its first summit shortly. Let's meet and discuss a plan. I suppose we should do a new stream announcement just for Mr. Red. Mr. Red would become Mr. Dead if we didn't. Alright, so clearly there's only one place to go. 2:30. Man, I could use some Mega Man in my life right about now. There you go, just for you, Mr. Dead. You're probably thinking, Laura, what are you doing here? Just give me 1 second. I just want to empty my inventory briefly. And it really will not take me long. Is it this one? No, I think it's this one over here. These are so well labeled. This one, I think.
Looking to spend some coin?
There it is, Jawbreaker. I'll take one of those, please. You. I'm up to 4 of these. I think I want 25. Yeah, I think. Yeah, 25. Anyways. Okay, so. Where am I going? Alright, Giga, what horrible list did you perpetuate? Yeah, that list is very out of date at this point, Culver. I'm tempted to just list like the next 5 games or something because the list is so big. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. We're going to pause that. I really don't want to play Janthir. I'll do anything. I'll do anything not to play Janthir. Okay, so let's go here. Let's cut off here. Oop. And let's pull up our own website. Because we are now royalty.
Did you see anything
My dad makes fun of me for that constantly.
It was all interesting.
Wait, what am I executive vetoing?
To the Dragon Brand in the east.
What was your favorite of all the places you saw on your voyage?
Lion's Eye.
I mean, it's already been paid for at this time, Mook.
With a fascinating array of cities.
The thing is, I tend to have it.
Holbrack.
Basic decency
It sapped my strength.
plus legality tends to make it so that when something has been paid for, I tend to go along and go through with it.
To protect our world.
So if I axe a run 1% before it's funded, that's actually fine because it's not funded. But the moment it's funded, I'm kind of locked in. So the answer is no. Alright, so Giving Place, Paper Mario Sticker Star, Sid Meier's Pirates, Super Lesbian Animal RPG, and here we go. So, Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 6. There we go. There. Let's go ahead and fix this really quick. There. Pop that next command. Let's see what that looks like. Your parrots, Giga. That looks a little plainer. I actually did Blade to Vol, and I'm thinking I might go with your last idea. Haven't decided if I want to commit to a full New Game Plus run or not. That's the thing I'm really debating. You mentioned the difficulty goes up in New Game Plus, which is always something that makes me roll my eyes a bit, so I don't know. I'm still debating. It might also depend on how long the first run takes. The advantage of having played a game a bajillion times before reviewing it. I won't have that issue with FF5. I know FF5 inside and out. I've done 4-job fiestas frequently.
Ah, you've arrived. Dagonet, should you not remember the face.
A firstborn.
Voice!
Pleasure is mine. Have we crossed paths?
Briefly, at least. I was in Siren's Landing. Traherne and I, we were great friends, once. I've carried on with his studies. Your haste is appreciated. Our kind come and go from the Grove these days. But we've no time to linger. We've business to discuss, Commander. I would like to extend an invitation to the Tyrian Alliance. You've many allies in this world. A beaming reputation.
Your letter mentioned as much. Sounds formal.
Formal indeed. And I'm not surprised. Our world's leaders haven't gotten together in a long while. Those beasts. The Rotten Walkers. They roused something in us. I only wish that rousing happened sooner.
Yes.
You've been elected to the Council unanimously, as you seem to have been involved in, well, quite a bit of this. Not long from now, we'll be meeting in Lion's Arch, in neutral territory.
Sounds like the event of the century.
It might very well be. That is, until we face another world-ending disaster. Got a few of those left in you, I assume. We've cowered beneath Mordramoth's shadow too long, and the worm is dead. Maturity is needed, for all of us. Here's your invitation, signed by the Queen of Kryta.
I mean, I did actually give that specific thing a negative. Because it is bad. To the esteemed Pact Commander, it is with highest respect that the founding committee of the Tyrian Alliance would like to invite you to join our organization of trust and dignity. We had hoped for a brighter tomorrow after the passing of Su-1 marked a new era for Tyria, but something pushed on that hope when a series of demonic attacks left our people and our homes in peril. Though these attacks have recently waned, their source has not been discovered. Until it has, we are vulnerable. But from that vulnerability, something else is born. Awareness. I misread that for a second, this next sentence, so I'm going to read this next sentence as I read it first, okay? Lesbians started speaking with lesbians. Nations once impaired by archaic rivalries were suddenly allies or on their way. Pain was shared as readily as food. After we survived the fight against the Elder Dragons, surely the next step to rise in their place would not stop us, and it had not stopped us. As leaders talked, no offense to lesbians, as leaders talked, we realized that it was time again to try our hand at unity. Not all will agree, and we have certainly made our critics, but peace isn't made overnight. Thus, the Tyrian Alliance is formed. Commander, you've been a constant glimmer of hope in times of ire. You've impacted each of our lives in immeasurable ways. For that reason, you're invited to join us in Lion's Arch for a celebration of trust. The Alliance is new, but time will become something truly admirable and productive. For Tyria!
This pouch is our gift to you. Guard it carefully.
Alright, let's get the timer started, shall we? I should have started earlier, but for real, this is... Yeah. You ready for this? I'm curious how long this actually is. I'll have to listen this time. I muted the game last time. I got that set up.
Hold it. Name?
Commander, over here.
That you are. Didn't recognize the face at first. Fought alongside you during Scarlet's attack. Go ahead. Don't mind me, just being cautious. A lot of big names in this building.
Yep, and the biggest one's right there. And she has the biggest job.
Malice? Anise? The roster is impressive.
No less cramped than any of Ash's hidden outposts.
Delegates and leaders are still arriving, but the turnout is impressive. My surprise is agreeable.
And nerve-wracking.
Everyone is comforted that you're joining us. You command quite a bit of respect here. Not all of us do the same.
I don't know if that should make me nervous.
You're modest.
Save that irascible demeanor for negotiations, Imperator. Go on. Mingle. As soon as a few more arrive, we'll get started.
Oh, wow. So I skipped all the optional stuff last time. It still took a billion years.
Commander, good to see you.
Turning out to be quite the gathering, isn't it?
Certainly beats interrogations and trial preparations.
Benga.
Who else? We'll save that headache for opening remarks. I'm eager to put it behind us. Hasn't made things easy, though. The Dominion lives. Their numbers are just depleted.
Eager to hear more.
Sounds like a setup for a new expansion. The Char Dominion. Keen, been a long year, my friend. I hope that smile of yours is as blinding as I remember. Queen sends you and Leone her best. While I wish I wrote on mundane terms, we have another favor to ask. On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen and the founding members of the Tyrian Alliance, we'd like to formally request the use of your organization's headquarters for the forthcoming summit. I think you can guess the details, especially after the demons attacks. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. There's an illusion, which prevents me from reading part of it. Countess Anise. I don't believe you, Gig. Don't. You're lying to me. Why would you lie to me, Giga? You know what? This is actually a great time. I do not have a drink. Let me pause the timer. There we go. I'll be right back. I'm just going to refill my water. Okay, restarting the timer.
Sister. It's been far too long.
Commander.
Wait, so she's my sister, and also the mother of my child.
Joining me as counsel. We've both a stake in seeing our people thrive after everything we've endured.
We have endured a lot of pain. How are you doing after Aureen?
Some days are melancholy, but she still guides me. I'm needed by my people. That has given me purpose.
That they do. Kaith has been vital in our pursuit of healing. We've all experienced a bit of an identity crisis after Maguma. We're well on our way, but we've problems to solve for yet.
I've no doubt we'll overcome.
Hello again. It is a genuine pleasure to see a familiar face in unfamiliar lands.
Welcome, Commander. I'm glad to finally have a meeting under less dire circumstances. An Empress and a Queen. Dangerous combination.
Queen Jenna has been instrumental in Cantha's integration. I'm eager for these meetings to commence.
All I've done is make introductions.
With every trade organization and leader between the Shiver Peaks and the unending ocean. Such modesty. I'm hoping that today is productive, if not educational.
The latter, I can promise.
Giga, what do you have to say here?
Commander!
Bram. He lives and speaks.
Bram is representing Kragstead, acting as my own advisor.
Oh, I don't mean to gawk.
Gawk all you need. I went home for a while after. The whole thing was an accident. One day I'm patching homesteads and caring for lone wolf pups, and the next I'm, well, here.
You, leading an entire village. I'm impressed.
He's modest. He proved to be the leader Kragstead needed, and irreplaceable while I've helped take on more for Newt. A natural leader, our boy.
Stop.
Yep, he's so great.
I'm glad for you, Bram. Air would be proud.
Bram is just, he's the best leader. Everyone, you should follow Bram. And you should follow his example. Office of the Arcane Council, Form 0517B. Research Disclosure. Official. Bottom of the sheet is covered in scribbles and doodles. Whoever filled it out was very bold.
Councillor Ludo, that's a lot of paperwork for one Asura.
Couldn't get a single one of those old sacks to put down the gavel and at least try to make friends. Did send me with a giant pile of paperwork, though. That's what I'd like to call the Asuran hello. Nonsense, most of it. Cantha is revealed. And if not for copying Asuran ingenuity, they'd still be decades behind. But we can't hide in our labs.
Is that envy I detect?
I certainly do hope that you are correct.
Okay, I think that's it. Wait, no, hang on, one more letter here. That's just the... Wait, what? Interesting. There's probably another one, but at this point I don't care. Let's just get this timer started, shall we?
I, Countess Anise, liaison to Queen Jenna of Kryta, call all representatives...
Okay, I'm gonna go take a nap for the next half hour.
Please, to your places. We've quite a bit to cover. First and foremost, the Pact and Orders send their regards. Structural changes have them occupied. But with that aside, the founding members have come prepared with opening statements. Affirmations of why we're here. As our mutually elected emissary, Commander, would you like to determine the order of operations?
What qualifies me to make that call?
You've had a hand in just about everything Tyria has endured since the retaking of Claw Island. We approve.
I imagine the Pale Mother supports this notion.
Sure, have at it.
Sure. Let's see. Let's discuss... Oh, by the way, I skipped all of this last time. So let's discuss the state of the Sylvari.
I am firstborn Dagonet. Kaith and I have ventured from the Grove to represent the Sylvari. The Pale Tree sends her regards. Her healing has been a slow process, but her spirits remain bright and focused on our growth. Our people experienced a deep wound when Mordramoth rose and fell. As a people, we have many questions about where we come from, what purpose we serve following the Elder Dragon's death. Who are we as a society? Many have decided to leave our home in search of these answers. Finding direction and purpose, that is our focus. As the Pale Tree heals, so do the rest of us.
Krisha, Imperator of the Blood Legion and elected representation from the Char. I'd be lying if I said tensions weren't high at the Citadel. With Bangar's trial nearing, another civil war isn't impossible. Even behind bars, Bangar commands respect from his most loyal. Although weakened, the Dominion is still a threat. However, the Imperators are mostly aligned. Imperator Malice of the Ash Legion joins me today in support. Ephraim sends his. You may have heard the whispers, but there are calls for another Con-Ur to rise. The Imperators don't disagree. But the Trial of Embers will wait until we've decided Bangar's fate. That is our first priority.
Counselor Ludo of the Arcane Council. I'll keep it brief. As you can observe, I am the only present representative from the Council. We are experiencing growing pains. Cantha's prowess threw us for a loop. I may be alone in this thinking, but about damn time. For a long while, the Council has lazily relied on Asuran Magitech superiority. We've become complacent, our research secondary. I, and a few others, have been advocating for a more productive integration into the global sector. No disrespect intended, but Cantha's advancements on our designs? Well, frankly, it's insulting. Our knowledge is still unmatched.
An interesting choice of words. Know that I enjoy competition. In fact, I encourage it.
As do I. My first significant motion on the Arcane Council has been to eliminate any restrictions on admittance into the Asuran colleges. Our next focus will be on global equitable information exchange. That's all. For now.
Interesting. The Norn?
I am Scotty, son of Newt Whitebear. Sends his best. Old man just can't say no to a good brawl. Expected to heal just fine. Just as our people are healing. Unsure of how to approach the spirits. How we can help them. If we can help them.
The Sylvari share in your pain. The Pale Tree. That's been a process.
Aye. Looking ahead has been our focus. Our scouting parties have returned to the far north to explore the villages and homesteads cut off from Holbrook for decades. We've also got eyes on the sons of Svanir. Rather, what remains of them. Most fell with Jormag. Those that remain, broken, lost. If we can offer any rehabilitation, we will. But we won't welcome more violence to Holbrook.
Actually, if you remember, Scarlet was like a huge exception, Colin. So to regret, there's actually some cool stuff being talked about here. Pluses, pluses, pluses. But like, Counselor Ludo, let's reread what she said. No disrespect intended, but Cantha's advancements in our design is insulting. Our knowledge is still unmatched. What she means there is it's not Cantha hasn't insulted them. Her own council has insulted them by allowing themselves to become complacent. It is uniquely phrased, but that is the intent behind the words. That is then followed by, first significant motion, eliminate all restrictions on admittance. Second, global equity information exchange. In other words, this catch the frick back up. Now, she's not a politician, but that's part of why I like it. Like, that's someone, honestly, that's an academician right there. So, I do like the way they phrase that. Cantha, speaking of which.
Esteemed leaders, I am thankful to have met a few of you before. Queen Jenna has made many of these introductions. For those of you I have not met, I am Empress In of Cantha. I was advised to send a liaison in my stead, but I wanted to show the face of the Empire. Cantha's integration into Tyrian politics has not been swift or easy, but it is considered our greatest priority in the wake of the Elder Dragon event. Our people are largely united in wanting, but like all nations, an underbelly of resistance remains. However, I want to pull us from the murk and into the light. Cantha's technologies are vast, some might say superior, and I firmly believe that we offer something unique. And clearly share similar passions with our neighbors. Together, imagine what we could accomplish. While we are focused on diplomacy, we've had a secondary goal of enlisting archivists from across continents. Our libraries and history texts are woefully dated.
My queen.
Thank you all for your remarks. We gather on mutual ground as allies. For some, friends. We suffered the Elder Dragons. We saw a new Elona and Cantha. We've endured much. But now, Tyria has the promise of tomorrow. The last decade was cruel, but standing united today shows promise that my father only dreamt of. However, it is not on kind terms that we gather. The Alliance was formed as a reaction to a new threat. Almost a year ago now, demons attacked our villages and farmlands. Your cities and homes.
48 dead in the mountains. An entire village burned to the ground. One attacked the grove.
2, just outside the gates of Rata Novus. They stank.
No casualties should be accepted. These attacks were calculated, I've heard. Our perpetrator? The Cryptus.
Cryptus?
And what exactly are these Cryptus? Where did they come from?
The more pertinent question, how did the Queen discern this information?
Tone. I've dealt with an Emperor's horde of petty banter, so I pivot. Queen Jenna, care to elaborate?
This information is as novel to me as it is to the Alliance.
I've heard rumors of your trustworthiness, Your Majesty.
No hyperbole until the Queen has spoken.
Enough!
I see the triviality of Tyrian politics has not ceased its endless parade. Shall we have a mature discussion?
Introducing representation from the Astral Ward. Iskarin.
Iskarin?
I apologize for my friend's theatrics.
And Frode, Warden of the Astral Ward.
What's going on, Jenna? Answers.
Queen, if you wish to leave with all your limbs intact.
Calm, all of you. And I thought the war bands needed babysitting. Frode, was it?
Indeed. Admittedly, I expected worse. Wayfinder, under duress as always.
Wayfinder. Ah, should have known you had a leg in this race.
I'll try talking to them.
Ah! Okay, real quick. Oh my god, come on. Seriously? Sorry, 1 second. There we go. Okay, so I think I know the one thing that the scene really needs. So, pause the timer here. First, I want to give praise. The lead-up and initial discussion was really, really good. sorry. How about the other song titled Machinations? So, Dagonet over there, the Sylvari, he talks like an elf. The tone, the word choice, right? Over there we had, actually the humans haven't said anything. Krisha, she approaches this like a char. We've still got issues, we're trying to get past the Bangar thing, we have no idea what we're doing. It's very military, very tribunal. Skari over there, Knutson, excuse me. Knutson, really? He's very Norn, he's very tribal, right? He just kind of has this casual tone as he talks, and he's just kind of been like, yeah, no, this is going on. Counselor Ludo is extremely assuring. She's probably the best written of this initial foray, and I've already discussed why, right? You know, her whole detailing of, ugh, it's disgusting that we aren't even better than we are. Like that's just so wonderfully assuring. It's great. And of course, Empress Een is the only one that approaches the assurance in terms of quality. You'll notice that most of these people, to put it as simply as possible, do not talk like politicians. Empress Een talks like someone who navigates the court on a daily basis. Really go back and look at some of the dialogue she said. And I quote, Kentha's integration into Tyrian politics has not been swift or easy, but is considered our greatest priority in the wake of the Elder Dragon event. Our people are largely united in wanting, but like all nations, an underbelly of resistance remains. It's very crafted. Someone wrote this speech for this woman in universe, and considering she has a podium with letters in front of her, that's probably it, right? Like, that's probably literally what happened. Notice how she tries to couch things in neutral terms, right? The Elder Dragon event, not the apocalypse, or the end of the world, or anything like that. She talks like someone who is extraordinarily used to dealing with this crap. Yeah, not even crisis, just, no, there was the Elder Dragon event. While focused on diplomacy, we have a secondary goal of enlisting archivists across the continents. And that's another thing. Opening statements from a politician, even a good politician, which only exists in fiction, is almost always going to be fluff. It's nothing that you really need to pay too much attention to. It is whatever they bring up next that is something that they actually care about. And you'll notice the next thing she brings up is, our libraries are woefully out of date, and they are. Wonderful section, good dialogue, etc. But then, I don't think I'm going to argue a full negative, but the next scene that happened was arguably much worse written. The Tyrian alliance is practically already together. Most of these people either know each other personally or professionally, and most of them actually do have a stake in this. Having them all just kind of attack Queen Jenna out of absolutely nowhere, yeah, it's cheap. It's completely cheap drama. Yeah, remember, this is a decade, this is actually 11 years, I believe. I'll double check myself on that. 37. We'll count from here. Yeah, this is 11 years since Zaitan was dead. Almost every entity here, except for Cantha and kind of the Alonans, has been working together for 11 years. And the Alonans have been part of this for several years, and the Canthans have been part of this for like 2 years at this point. There's really no excuse for this level of classroom bustle, right? Like, having each of the kids be like, yeah, the level of animosity and the level of childishness here is ridiculous. Now, I know you're going to say, but real-life politicians. Screw real life and screw real-life politicians. This is not good writing, especially since they just showed good writing for actually demonstrating the characterization of each of these people and how they're actually working together. And have been working together for a long time. We have a term for this. It's called fake drama. Yeah, no, that's always related, Mr. Red. And yeah, the problem is... I'm so sorry, Giga. Problem is they wanted a big entrance for Isgarin. And they wanted him to be the biggest swinging dick in the room again. Now, I'm not gonna ding that, not yet. But that's the problem, is fake drama to make Isgarin the adult in the room again. So, let's get the appropriate music going here. Let's talk to these people. Let's get the timer going again. Hang on. Honestly, Mr. Red. So, Commander, while I've certainly had my fair share of life-altering realizations, I'd like to know what this is about. Should I be concerned? No. The Astral Ward are cool. Captain Ellen, why aren't you speaking for your people? I know that name for the people of Garenhof. What's he doing here? Keel, call the Lion Guard. No need. They come in peace. Call the Lion Guard? Seriously? Isgarin's a seer, is he not? Navin has shared much of her historical knowledge with me. I would not have expected that the seers still existed. Yeah, seeing him was kind of a shock to me, too. He's here as an ally. What do you want? You Cryptus, the Astral Ward, and the seer, and you didn't tell me? Who would I be to burden you further? Aren't you up to ears in paperwork? Commander, who are these strangers barging in? I want answers now, before my fists go looking for them. They're friends. Hear them out, please. I have a bad feeling about this. Who is he? Beings with such powerful and ancient magic have not historically boded well for the people of Alona. This time, the ancient being's on our side. What do you mean, this time? Who is this guard? What is this guard? I've never seen one like him before. Is it the same with the Exalted? They both float. Yeah, he's here to help us. Frode. There we go.
Ready as they'll ever be. Get to the point.
They thrive on the brink of chaos.
They've all endured enough trauma for a lifetime. Patience.
If we're measuring trauma in lifetimes, they wouldn't compare.
Dick.
Thank you for allowing us the time to speak to you all today. I apologize for the dramatic entrance. Again, I am Frode of the Astral Ward.
Frode. I've heard that name.
The Ward has been cloaked in shadow for centuries, protecting you from threats unknown and unlike the Elder Dragons.
The Cryptus.
The source of our demon infestation, I take it?
Beings of the Mists who are no longer a problem. Not right now. Our Wayfinder, your commander, can speak to that.
I joined their fight. The Cryptus have been contained.
I wouldn't be surprised if some still attempted to breach our realm, but they aren't organized.
He speaks truth, as the commander can attest. Hesitant trust is advised. Isgarin revealed himself to me not long before he revealed himself to all of you.
The Cryptus are harbingers of what may come next from the mists.
And you say they're no longer a threat, Wayfinder?
I've been to their realm myself. They've been stabilized.
When Su Won passed, Tyria's essence bled into the veil beyond, the mists. We are no longer shielded by her power. Every eye turned toward us in that moment, and likely more. We glow brighter than we did before. Tyria is a unique world, coveted by those beyond.
To summarize,
Our demons are Cryptus, and you two, the Astral Ward, are some sort of secret organization that fights them?
Not just Cryptus, but any intruder from another realm.
We've certainly faced other threats that were not born of Tyria. Why didn't you reveal yourself sooner?
Or help us with the Elder Dragons.
I will answer all of your questions. But this is not the right venue.
I'm inclined to agree. Whatever this information is, I gather it's sensitive in nature.
I imagine the room needs a moment to reflect. Shall we pause and reconvene in smaller council?
After our councils have ended, I will speak with any of you. Whatever questions you may have, I will try to answer them.
Everyone, to your places. Places. Places.
Commander, with us. We'd like to continue the conversation.
So you've met before?
Anise introduced us. Their friendship was just as much a surprise to me.
We sought another ally ahead of the Forum. We've known it was time to reveal ourselves to the world. Figured this would be better than a more public spectacle.
That inclination isn't wrong. Why now, though?
The Cryptus may be controlled or contained, but my words should cause fear. Tyria is as blood in water.
And what exactly is attracted to that blood?
Any number of beasts and beings. I've no reason to think we're in imminent danger, but I suspect something draws closer.
And we all need to prepare. The Astral Ward is ready to help in any way we can.
So you've numbers, then?
Some. Fewer after the Cryptus. We bled on the edge of that blade.
What do you propose we do?
Focus on your affairs. We'll get nowhere without some degree of control. Your nations are fragile still. Heal. Nourish.
We'll be establishing pacts with our neighbors. I suggest you do the same.
Wise.
On that subject, I'd like to offer some information on the Isle of Janthir.
Here they've got spears and war claws.
A storm looms over that place. Blood. That is not a territory I wish to cross.
I don't expect you to, but we may find more allies throughout those lands. The Lowland Coden.
My father spoke of them briefly. He left their territory untouched. Those are bonds I have not maintained.
I imagine there's more to this suggestion, Iskarin?
We should speak within thicker walls. Yes.
Wayfinder, I don't think anyone here would be better equipped to help form these bonds. You are not only a representative of the Astral Ward, but of Tyria. Look around this room. Take it in.
I could support that notion. Yes.
Utilize Moon Camp. It's only kicking up dust otherwise. We'll send ward to your aid. All your aid. The ward will establish a gateway between our outpost and the human city. With the Queen's blessing.
Blessing granted. I support this, and you, Commander. Now is the time to fortify. The Countess will meet you in Divinity's Reach.
Okay. I don't know if he was there. More up? Jesus, there's more up. Oh my god, why is there so much up? Well, I'm trapped. You successfully trapped me in a room to kill me. I always knew it would happen. Alright, Giga. Just make it quick.
I've witnessed cleaner executions.
Start the timer.
Grisha, think I'm going with the commander to Janthir. I feel a professional pull. Have little intel on that location, or these Coden, and it feels vital. Or intriguing, at least.
An imperator leaving her post to get her claws dirty. Care to steal my mate, too? Go. Be our eyes. I can cover for us.
I'll see you there, Commander.
Okay, we're going to pause the timer for a second. But for all intents and purposes, we're not done with the cutscene. Yeah, they're all $20, Mr. Red. Like, all of them. If you want any skin, they're 20 quid. So, you're going to have to get used to that. Which one, out of curiosity? It's this one. No, here we go. This just screams Mr. Red right here. Oh, it actually is this thing. Well, that is horrifying. And on sale right now. There it is. Almost all of them are going to have 4 die channels. All the store-bought ones.
How can I assist?
Why are there 3 bikini ladies with wings, like, right here? Each of them has a different sort of wing. So that was a feather wing. We've got, like, a bat wing, and then we've got, like, a glass mural wing. What do you call that? Mosaic? I can't remember what it's called. Stained glass. Thank you. Stained glass wings. Good morning or evening off the deeper end.
Prompt, as expected. Welcome, Commander. The gateway is active. I've word that Malice will meet you there. Got a glimpse of the place myself. Frode gave the Queen a proper tour. He'll be expecting you, too. Though, between friends, their definition of camp is sweet. I'm sure you'll be very comfortable.
If I've learned anything of the Astral Ward, it's to expect opulence.
You are quite adapted to them, aren't you? How are you feeling about the mission, then?
Curious to see how the situation evolves. I'm glad we're moving in the right direction. Tyria, that is. Janthir is a mysterious place, and we'll no doubt learn much in our travels, but contacting Coden there... not what I expected.
Diplomacy is a fine craft, Commander. And making allies requires an artisan. Oh, before you depart, do we prefer Wayfinder or Commander now?
Whatever you prefer, honestly. I don't know if you calling me anything but Commander would sound natural.
Old habits die hard, I suppose. Good luck.
I mean, yeah, we're the commander. I'm just gonna say it. You probably think I should stop the timer right about it. But you would be wrong. I mean, I'll stop it for loading screens. But... You know, I don't think we ever got an answer for why it was specifically Wayfinder.
Wayfinder, the guest of honor. Welcome to Mooncandle. Vanak, if you don't remember. Fought with you against the Cryptus and Omnitas.
I was not expecting such lavish accommodations.
The Astral Ward? Subtle. Not a chance.
Didn't we just say this?
Good to see you closer to ground, though. I volunteered to help with the integration. Long overdue that we got involved in Tyrian affairs. More publicly, that is. Got a few things to atone for.
Oh, Commander, Vanak was just giving us the lay of the land. Dangerous place, Janthir. Eager to scope it out.
I am as well. There's something about the atmosphere here that wilts my senses.
Sister, I wasn't expecting to see you here.
On Dagonet's order, he didn't go into much detail about the Pale Tree's status. And perhaps it's not my place to say, but her recovery has been slower than we expected. Some days she seems weaker than the day before. We search for a remedy. The Astral Ward knows magic, and ancient magic at that. I'm hoping we can form a connection with you.
I do too, for what it's worth. And all help is good in these parts. Janthir is a nasty place to get lost. But before you touch ground, Frode wanted to speak with you, Wayfinder. Seemed urgent enough to prioritize.
Right. I'll track him down.
Okay, hang on. Pause the story again. Timer, not the story. It wouldn't surprise me if Wayfinder was supposed to be NPC... PC2. You know, our second major PC. Hey, off the deep end. I'm kind of with you on this year, but I do hope you have a good one. One way or the other.
Dear Frode, do you ever stop and take a breath?
I used to be in charge of Moon Camp before Levente named me Warden.
Why do I get the feeling there's more to this mission than outreach? Must be when the Warden is pulled from the sky.
You know us well. It's true. The Lowland Coden will be fine allies of Queen Jenna and the Tyrian Alliance. That is no lie. They know these lands better than most. Janthir and the northern stretches are formidable. How much did you learn of Waiting Sorrow during your time in Omnitas?
Waiting Sorrow as in your missing wizard? Very little, other than the fact that she created the Heart of the Obscure.
Indeed. I've never met her, of course, as she's been missing since before Ascalon burned to the ground. This must stay between us, for now. But we suspect that she's hiding among the Coden.
You want me to find her?
It isn't a burden on your shoulders alone. The Ward is here to support in whatever way we can. But, yes, we need you to.
Is she dangerous?
She's very capable. For your own safety, expect resistance. I wish I knew more. Between us, Wayfinder, all conversation about her turns Isgaran more conspiratorial than usual.
Then I'll keep my guard up.
Good. For what it's worth, Dagda doesn't agree with him. She was also Waiting Sorrow's closest friend, so there's bias. But that's all I've got, so I'll leave you to it. Get to know the region. We'll set out in search of the Coden soon as well. They've been known to homestead along the Delta and the coastline. They'll build for 100 or so years, then move. Unsure of their exact position, but I imagine we're close. We portaled Moon Camp here to avoid scaring the locals.
Probably more subtle than flying it over the bay. Good call.
Stalwart Hart pulled some research noting they're not especially keen on magic. A floating building may cause alarm. But, good luck. I'll be here to guide you as I can. Ward's busy with the reacclimation. It's going to be a long process.
You think we're done with talking, right? Nope.
How are things with the ward?
Fine. Tense. Isgaran wanted to lock our doors and go back into hiding, but that's just not an option for us. We have 100 fractal inhabitants taking up residence in Omnitas, and I doubt they want to stay. They're sitting in a limbo of our making. And that's just one problem.
Are you going to get the Alliance involved? Probably a smart move.
I think we have to. Lear agrees. He strongly agrees. Iskaran's worried that the world will think us monsters, which is a fair fear, but our actions aren't above critique. I'm airing my angst. Suffered a few long nights, but we're moving in the right direction. Don't let me distract you.
So, I agree with that. I was actually about to say...
Insights from Frode, Commander?
He and I caught up and talked about the Coden. I'm not exactly sure where they're settled today, but they're likely close. Astral Ward research also says that they're a little distrustful of magic. We want to keep that in mind.
Sounds like we've plenty to strive for, then. We should get moving. I don't know this region.
I'd recommend taking it slow. When we call Janthir treacherous, we mean it.
Okay. Stop the timer. Oh my god. I need a break. I was gonna comment on the random mention of some random name. I could tell by the name, the structure of the name, that it was a Coden, but that's all I knew. And then our character was like, oh yeah, she's the one who made the thing. As if we knew about that. There was zero reference to any of that in the MSQ. And if Giga hadn't made that comment in chat about, oh my god, put the side stuff in the MSQ more, I wouldn't have even known where it was. It's, yeah. So in this quest, I've done this quest, because, you know, I have my spear.
That's a Valraven Talon. Nasty beast. The ward has little documentation, aside from a few first-hand accounts. When few travelers come through Janthir, stay away from them at all costs.
By the way, we're not done with cutscenes yet. I don't know if I mentioned that, or made that clear. Having said that, I'm going to do a second time or two, because I'm curious how long it will take us to specifically reach the point at which you can start getting the spear.
A lot of things come to Janthir to hide from the rest of Tyria. That's why the Mersat built Bava Nisos here. Though, that place is all ruins and storms now. Hard to get close.
Bava Nisos? What's that?
Former Mersat city. Fixed in the middle of the Isles. Been abandoned for a long time. Don't think I'd want to go anyway. Maban told me about it. Didn't sound all that hospitable. He went back from time to time. Memories, I imagine. Or guilt.
Someone do me a favor and look up how long the FF14 cutscenes are. I know they list that somewhere. Like how long the longest ones are. Please.
What can you tell us about the history of this place?
Oh, former home of the Mersat, and later the White Mantle. From my research, there's been very little activity in recent years.
Correct. Aside from the Kodan, only a few other groups have called it home. Some centaur tribes, trolls, creatures that keep to themselves. And the Isles are another story. I recommend you read up on it. A lot of blood has been spilled here.
Parting glass. Ugh, and 45 minutes, that's what I was wondering. Thank you. Forgiveness. You know, if I hadn't done the collection, I probably couldn't use my sky scale here. It's funny to think about. Terrible, but funny.
That's a cryptosax. I'd recognize it anywhere.
Yep. Moon Camp operated in the area during the attacks. Eparch's grunts were poking at something here. Never figured out what.
Given Janthir's history, I imagine there are any number of things a demon could be drawn to. Not especially inspiring, though.
I don't actually remember which exact cutscene that was. I'll look it up later, so I'm curious. Is it worth it to get the spear? So, I've said this before. You know how every now and again an MMO will add something new? And simply because of time and development and all kinds of stuff, the new thing is just kind of better? That's spears. They're not universally better, but they are now my favorite weapon for all but one class in the game.
How big is Janthir?
Huge. Practically in Krytus still. But the deltas are considered a part of the Isles due to their climate and flora. It stretches far to the north, running parallel to the northern Shiver Peaks, as far as modern maps are concerned. The Isles and Bay make up most of the occupied territory, with some coastal regions lining the mainland. There was even a small human outpost on the Isles, but it's long abandoned now. Don't know a lot about it.
Not a good place to be, then.
Okay, we're finally ready. I think that might be the end of the initial bundle of unskippable cutscenes. We're not actually at the spear point yet, but I'm going to go ahead and call that good, I think. That is 40 minutes and 5 seconds.
It's so quiet.
Reminds me of Drizzlewood. Abundant vegetation. I wonder how much of this is edible.
I guess we're acclimating. Where to first?
Sounds like something to be determined by a wayfinder.
Yeah, we don't do that. We have found no ways.
Goodness, look at you. This is a very old tree. Imagine the stories it could tell us. Standing tall and strong, protecting the smaller growth.
Eyes up, Keith.
Ambush by wolves. Okay.
Janthiri flora is fascinating. And probably very toxic.
Excuse me.
We should follow that stream. See where it leads.
Did I? Okay. 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 Hang on. I do like the graphics out here. There it is.
Watch out for the cliff. Wouldn't make for a nice fall.
Never mind the cliff. Watch out!
Oh, no, not more wolves. Nope, it's far more irritating, the wolves. Come on, group up, group up, group up. What is the name of this song? Lowland Shore.
Must be Valraven. Talons look just like the one Vinok showed us.
You know, I remember running into this problem last time, too. Come on, what's the other thing I need? There it is.
It may be dangerous, but this place... Oh, it's stunning.
Breathtaking. I wonder where the flow of water will take us.
Ward, I need assistance now! Alchemy! It won't calm!
Treacherous, eh?
Better check it out.
Okay, what is it?
Together, everyone.
What has them so riled up?
Attacking on sites so close to a populated camp is concerning behavior.
Bet it has something to do with that distress call.
Reasonable take.
Did they change Malice's voice actress?
Claw marks.
And from quite a large beast, I imagine.
Footprints and more claw marks. Chased them away from camp.
Blood. We better hurry.
Anyone! Help us!
Come on!
Yeah, Lord knows I've been wrong before, Mr. Ed, but I thought Anthem was already shut down.
Wayfinder!
Oh no, it's a Warclaw! Kill it! Brutally, horribly kill it. Brutal death, death.
Surround it, quickly. We're here to calm, not to kill. Maintain eye contact and be firm. The rest of you follow as we guide. The creature is vulnerable. Again, we don't seek to kill it unless absolutely necessary.
Who are you?
Outlander, use breathe.
Who are you?
Curious garbs you wear. Perhaps something sturdier would do you better in these parts. Which of you is the leader?
Commander?
I guess that's me. Would you like to exit to Divinity's Reach?
I suppose that would be me.
I share your connection to nature, Sproutling. I'd like to get to know you. I'm sure the Claw would too. The sun is fading. Wherever you traveled from, our village is likely closer. Follow. We've got a fire for you to sit by.
Thank you. We'll follow, but who are you?
Barbed Veil. Come. You can help us lead the journeykin to safety. But we must move quickly, unless you want to lose yourself in the woods. Our nights have been far darker. The Valraven watch.
Unfortunately, there's only really one way to test that, Blade Duval.
You mean that wild animal?
Fascinating beasts they are. Came to us from far away. They need protectors.
See, they used to be a PvP mount.
Raged again?
Stay calm. Help it release that energy, just like last time.
So, that one... Do you get it? Alright,
As I told you, Outlander, the salve.
I mean, I kind of do want to test the checkpoints, but at the same time, do I really want to do this again? The sweet-smelling pheromone that clings to you enrages the bees.
Is stable. Help it relax.
Die, monster!
Use the salve.
We're your friends.
Good, good.
See, I'm already writing on you. That's how much friends we are.
Starting to think that it's enjoying this.
It could be. Let it release that energy.
I mean, we could just kill it. I'm just saying. I know, we shouldn't kill it. Yeah.
Welcome.
Okay. We made it. 50 minutes, by the way. Now, hang on. We're not quite there yet, but right after this is when we finally get the War Claw. So, about 50 minutes of pushing through this in order to get to the War Claw, for anybody wondering. Unlike the Drake, unlike the Skyscale Drake, the War Claw is actually an unlock that you just get forever. Now, you can only level it out in Janthir. But once you level it, several people I know say that it is better than the Raptor. Now, I haven't judged that myself yet because I'm still leveling it. There's at least 2 more things I'd like to raise first. Whoop, 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 whoop.
I was expecting a little more of a hike.
It's been a long while since we've let the outside in. Travelers avoid these lands, and for good reason. Not intentional isolation, that is. It isn't my story to tell, however, and we're nearing the pen.
It's okay, surely they won't keep talking. Surely. Surely.
Here, Commander. Use this to calm the beast.
What is it?
Food.
Here you go, I got you some food.
Animals.
There it is.
Especially feral ones.
Right there.
Only know
So,
alike
52 minutes to get to that point.
fighting for their food. A kind interaction and a gift is sometimes all it needs to learn trust.
You return with more than another journeykin, Spearmaster.
More creatures lost in the wild.
A claw of the Coden that I've never heard of, huh?
Call me Stoic Alder.
We found them in the forest, defending themselves against this one.
I'm glad you intervened before any lives were lost. Come, we should speak.
I mean, that's Darren DePaul, but yeah, they really pitched his voice down.
As a delegate
And he already has a deep voice.
It's good to meet you, Stoic Alder.
Interesting. I never thought Tyria capable. Clearly, we've plenty to discuss. Come. The village welcomes you.
I'll tend to our friend.
Yeah, I noticed none of the music in Secret stuck with me at all.
Thankfully,
I can't picture any of it in my head right now.
into the kindest alcove in Janthir.
Is that a... Okay, that is a lobster or a prawn inside of an eel, inside of a fish, inside of a bigger fish. It's a turfishin. Oh my god. anyways. I lost him.
Seems we have visitors. Rather unexpected.
Oh, I forgot this scene. Oh god, we're not done.
From the Tyrian Alliance.
Tyria has allied. Amusing joke you play, leader.
Your skepticism is understandable. But given the severity of recent threats, Tyria needed to act fast. And unitarily.
Threats? Surely the strangers do not walk among all lands.
If you mean the creatures attacking from mist portals, I'm afraid so. We call them cryptis.
Ah, mist portals. It's of the flesh stalkers that this alliance speaks. Yes. As foes, they proved fatal ones. Lives lost on your front as well, Jen.
I'm afraid so. And allying proved the viable solution, finally.
Fear can be a supreme unifier, or divider, depending on how it is channeled. So, this is why you come to my hearth, with eyes carrying intention. A bid to join your alliance.
Who knows what other threats the mists might bring? Should that happen, we'll have strength in numbers.
I respect your good intentions, but need time to ponder its implications for our own. For now, that is my decision. At this time, I extend our visitors the opportunity to speak with our council members.
Okay, so last time I didn't talk to any of these, I just got on with it. But, obviously...
Fading Aurora, Village Healing Master.
Aurora and Barbed Veil, who you first ran into, are two of our newest to don the Master title. Though, judging by their expertise, one would suspect them seasoned veterans of their respective crafts. Additionally, Aurora has fast proved an upstanding mentor for my son.
Currently working on the fundamentals of herbalism.
Save some praise for yourself, Alder. The previous Claw would be proud to see how well you're faring in the position.
The Claw Aurora speaks of was my mother. Feels both long ago and as recent as yesterday that she stood where I do now.
Though a few claw lengths shorter. By my coming of age, she barely made it to my shoulders. But her presence was grand enough to fill the room.
A true leader of Coden. Many have noted the resemblance. See a bit of her in you both. Wayfinder, you find yourself in good company. Hope you can make yourself at home here.
I'm sorry, this is actually pretty decent stuff, all things considered. That's not the problem, though. The problem is I'm tired already, and Darren DePaul, while pitch shifted down, is just like someone being like, you should go to sleep. Like, it's the worst possible combo, right? It's hot, I'm tired, and he's talking like this.
Why, hello there. Rai Lycan, humble lore master of the lowland. Long before our tribe came to inhabit Janthir, we hailed from a sanctuary far in the north. In those times, we were led by two honored Coden, a claw chosen by the people, Alder's role, same as his mother before him. Also, a voice. She was chosen by Koda himself to share in his mind, ultimately proving her worth by the trial of faith. A trial that would prove both to her detriment and the tribe's. Mid-trial, nearly crushed by the weight of madness, she fled. Some call it cowardice. I believe it was the will to survive that seized her from the brink of oblivion. The same will our Claw channeled in the trial's aftermath. Rather than risk ruin, he led the tribe south, to Janthir. Given time, some Coden found themselves called back by the will of Coda, a call they followed to Ur. The rest, our forebearers, remained. And it is here, free from gods, tried only by nature, that we find our sanctuary. Well, at least, that's the speech I've prepared for the Cubs' annual history visit. I fear it sounds a bit rehearsed.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so go ahead, do me a favor, guess your Janthir guess first, and then the whole game second. Whether you do parentheses or brackets or commas or something, just separate the two numbers somehow. Please. Oh, okay, you're the builder, okay. You're the agriculture person, okay. You're the hunter.
Grazed by fire, Journeykin Master. Apologies. My thoughts are occupied by council matters at the moment. If you find yourself with time to pass, my apprentice, Burning River, is out tending the village Journeykin. Tell him to give you some lessons at my request. They're fine creatures. I suspect you'll make fast friends.
The role of Claw was taken, so I settled for a title more modest.
My son has some years before he claims such expertise, though his mind is sharp. Observing our council provides him practical education, instills discipline.
Boy Zero, son of Stoic Alter and Silken Weir. You?
Commander Wayfinder.
A wayfinder losing their way in our woods. And now Commander. That has a strong sound to it.
It's better.
But if you insist, lost your wayfinder.
Seems our visitor also claims two names. We of the lowland drop formality with those we most respect. Right, Pokey?
Yes, Pa.
Leader, best we return to the planned agenda, pressing as it is.
Your concerns are sensible, graced by fire. Boys Darrow, I'm afraid our discussion shall prove as stuffy to our guests as the air in this hall. Show them around.
But we've only just... A fine idea. Best they enjoy the weather while it holds. Meet me outside when you're set.
Alliance, I deem you welcome visitors, for the time being. Feel free to acquaint yourselves with our town. Fortunate for you, the embers of our summer season burn brightest. May your time here pass well.
So, okay. Wait, hang on. Pause the timer. Pause the timer. Hang on. We're over an hour at this point, by the way. Pop this button. It looks like it's raising act. It actually isn't. The highest it's ever been is 6 votes behind Ratchet and Clank 2. If you notice, it's currently 7 votes behind. Okay. I do like a lot of what just happened, and I did give positives for several of it. I was kind of hoping to show how long it takes to get to the spear, but the spear's like 10 minutes from now, so I'm also going to chop off a little bit early. Just because, like I said, it's hot, I'm tired, and that put me to sleep. Yes, at the moment we are at 1 hour and 3 minutes of cutscenes before we actually get to the spear. So I'm going to go lay down, have lunch. I'll see you after this.